Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
They told the cops everyone suffocated during dinner. That was the official line. A faulty gas line, a panic, a room full of families dropping face first into their mashed potatoes while the smoke alarms screamed. I sat in that same room. I stepped over those bodies. I know what suffocation looks like, and it doesn't rip people's arms off and hang them from ceiling hooks like party decorations. If you're listening to this on your phone, in your car, in your kitchen while you're doing dishes, I need you to give me a few minutes before you decide I'm crazy. Because the easiest way to sleep at night is to believe what the news told you about Whispering Pines Camp. A tragic accident, a gas leak during a family appreciation event, case closed, grief counselors, lawsuits, settlements, move on. But nobody who wrote those reports ever opened the door behind the kitchen. Nobody walked down the metal ladder into the lower storage. Nobody stood in that freezing room, surrounded by rows of human skulls lined up on steel racks like inventory, with rolled up pieces of paper shoved inside them where the brains should have been. Consent forms, waivers, parent signatures, home addresses, and in one of those skulls, cracked open at my feet while my hands were still shaking and my shoes were sticking to the blood on the floor, I unrolled a page and saw my own name, my own signature. The paper I signed when I took that job, stuffed into bone like I was just another piece of meat waiting my turn. They told the cops everyone suffocated during dinner. They never opened the lower storage. They never saw the skulls stuffed with consent forms, including one with my own signature. 1.1, night shift, cheap horror videos, and one familiar phrase, approximately 1,100 to 1,300 words. I work nights in a warehouse that smells like wet cardboard and old sweat. From the freeway, it just looks like another big gray box with a company logo slapped on the side. Trucks slide in and out of the loading bays all night, air brakes screaming, reverse beepers chirping, headlights cutting through the same strip of cracked asphalt. Inside, the whole place hums. Fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, forklifts whining as they turn, the shrill little beeps every time someone throws their machine in reverse. If you walked through here at 2 a.m, you'd think it was the most boring place on earth. To me, it's the quietest my life ever gets. We move boxes from one pallet to another. We scan barcodes. We joke about bad backs and cheap coffee. Every so often, the big bay doors roll up and a breath of real night air comes through, carrying the smell of diesel from the freeway and whatever the fields behind the warehouse are growing this season. In the far corner is the freezer section. Even from the main floor, you can feel it. This block of sharp, dry cold pressing against the aluminum walls. The big steel door sweats condensation. When it opens, there's a brief white puff of cold air and the sound of the compressor kicking a little harder, like a heart stuttering. That's my world now. Steel racks, shrink wrap, pallet jacks, and the steady ache in your lower back that tells you you'll never pay off your student loans doing this. But at least there's health insurance. The only thing that makes it bearable is the noise I bring with me. I keep my phone in the front pocket of my hoodie, screen down, volume low. Earbuds aren't allowed on the floor, so I angle the tiny speaker toward my chest. To anyone walking by, it probably just sounds like static and whispering. To me, it's familiar voices reading unfamiliar nightmares, true horror stories, night shift confessions, things that really happened to truckers on long-haul runs, to security guards in empty malls, to people who did exactly what I'm doing, moving boxes in the middle of the night, convinced they're alone until they're not. I know half of those stories are fake. You can hear the performative shiver in some of the narrators, the way they stretch details to fill a 30-minute upload. I still let them play. It's easier to listen to someone else's monsters than sit alone with mine. I'm not the kind of person who believes everything on the internet. I'm not a Ouija board guy. I don't burn sage around my apartment. If you'd asked me 10 years ago whether I believed in the supernatural, I would have laughed and told you I barely believed in myself. But I do believe in certain sounds. The scrape of something heavy being dragged across tile when you know you're the last one in the building. The wet slap of meat hitting a metal floor. The way a room full of people can go from loud to silent so fast your ears ring. I believe in those more than I believe in any police report I've ever read. I've got my own story, the kind people send in to channels like the one I listen to. I've almost recorded it a dozen times, typed it up in a draft email, stared at it until the words blurred, then deleted it. I kept telling myself it was just trauma, stress, some kind of shared hysteria. Gas leak, panic, stampede. Whatever helps the cops sleep at night. That night, it was a slow shift. 2 of the big trailers had already been unloaded. The guys on my side were ahead of quota, which meant we could coast a little. The supervisor was in his office pretending not to nap behind his computer. The clocks on the walls said 1:37 a.m., but inside a windowless box like this, time just feels like numbers changing. I was standing at the end of an aisle scanning a pallet of canned soup when the video I'd been listening to ended. The narrator's voice faded. YouTube's little autoplay chime dinged, and before the next story could start, I felt that tiny hit of silence pressing against my chest. I wiped my hand on my jeans, pulled the phone out, and glanced at the screen. The app had minimized. Some ad had popped up over it. Normally, I stabbed the skip button without even looking. This time, my thumb froze an inch above the glass. Up on my screen, there was drone footage of a forest. You know the kind. The camera gliding over treetops at sunset, leaves blowing in slow motion, lens flare catching the edge of a lake. Soft acoustic guitar music played in the background. White text faded in over the trees. Lake Harvest Camp. Summer 2026. Enrollment open now. Kids in bright t-shirts sprinted across a lawn. Someone cannonballed into a lake, water exploding in sparkling slow motion. Counselors tossed frisbees. Parents laughed at a picnic table. It was every stock image idea of American summer rolled into one. The music swelled, and a new line of text appeared in the center of the screen, big and upbeat, the way you'd advertise a concert or a sale. New this year, Family Appreciation Night. My thumb finally came down, but not on skip. It just kind of slid off the screen. I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't like I suddenly remembered everything at once. It was more like somebody slipped a hook through something deep in my chest and gave it a hard tug. The music in the ad didn't stop, but it got very far away, very fast. The cheerful guitar and the drone footage of laughing kids dimmed like a TV in another room. Underneath it, clear as if it were happening 10 feet to my left, I heard a different sound. Metal hitting tile. Hard. Once. Twice. Then again and again. Faster. Irregular. Like bones in a bag being shaken. Somewhere behind me, the warehouse freezer compressor kicked into a higher gear. The noise it made was just a low, mechanical growl, but my brain didn't file it under mechanical anymore. It synced up perfectly with the pounding in my ears. For a second, I couldn't tell if I was hearing the machine or my heartbeat. I realized my hand was shaking. The phone felt heavier, like the plastic was trying to melt into my palm. My other hand, the one holding the scanner, went slack. It slipped out of my grip, the wrist strap catching just in time. The barcode I'd been aiming at blurred. My breath scraped in and out of my throat like I'd been running. I usually smoke on my breaks, out on the little concrete pad by the loading bay door, pretending the night air is actually doing my lungs a favor. That night, I'd snuck a cigarette early. The butt was still in my mouth, hanging on by habit more than anything. It dropped out, bounced off my boot, and rolled across the polished concrete, leaving a tiny trail of ash. I watched the ember crawl, and for a second, all I could think of was pine needles. Wet, rotting pine needles under my shoes. The way they used to stick to my socks when we'd sneak out of the cabin. The smell of them mixed with lake water and cheap sunscreen, smoke from a campfire, and underneath all of that, something else. Chlorine from the pool filters. Old wood soaked in humidity. The metallic tang you taste when you hold a penny on your tongue. And blood. Warm, fresh blood drying on white tile, turning brown at the edges. That last smell hit me so hard, I physically flinched. The warehouse didn't smell like that. It smelled like cardboard and dust and the faint tang of frozen pizza coming off the pallets from the freezer. But my body didn't care. It had already left the warehouse. For a few seconds, I wasn't in a gray box off a freeway. I was back in Tennessee, 10 years younger, my staff t-shirt stuck to my spine with sweat. My name on a little plastic badge pinned over my heart. I could hear kids yelling by the lake, the whistle of the lifeguard, the creak of the dining hall door swinging open and closed as parents went in and out. And somewhere underneath all of that, the same phrase, bright and cheerful on a poster. Family Appreciation Night. I snapped back to the warehouse with a forklift horn blaring down the aisle. One of the guys rolled past, gave me a look like, "You spacing out or high?" I forced my hand to move, clicked the scanner, pretended to be fascinated by the numbers on the little screen. The ad on my phone had moved on to a smiling mom, talking about how Lake Harvest really feels like a second home. Her voice sounded wrong to me, too smooth, too far away. Those 3 words from the text were burned into my vision, still floating there when I blinked. Family, appreciation, night. You spend enough time trying not to think about something, and your brain learns the exact wrong thing. How to spin around and stare straight at it. I knew I couldn't just shove this one back down. Not this time. Not after seeing those words again, years later, on a totally different camp, in a totally different state. That's why, an hour later, when my break officially started, and I was sitting on a cracked plastic chair by the employee entrance with my phone in my hand and a fresh cigarette between my fingers, I opened a new email instead of another video. I typed the channel's address at the top. You probably know it if you listen to late-night horror stories about things that really happened. I stared at the empty subject line for a long time, feeling stupid and wired at the same time. Then I started writing. "I know you get 1,000 camp stories a week," I typed. "I know half of them are fake. Maybe you'll lump this in with those, that's fine. I just need this out of my head before I start hearing that voice in the freezer at work, too." The words looked ridiculous on the tiny screen, like something a teenager would send in for fun. My thumb hovered over the delete icon. Instead, I scrolled back up and added a subject line. Family Appreciation Night, Whispering Pines Camp. My throat tightened just looking at it. You've never heard of Whispering Pines, not the real version. The name never made national news. The incident did, but under a different label. Where I live, where I work, you're supposed to call it a mass casualty event at a summer camp near the Tennessee border. A tragedy, an accident, something sad and contained and explainable. That's the official language. Unofficially, I was on staff the night almost everyone died there. I'm not supposed to call it what it really was. Unofficially, it was Family Appreciation Night. 1, 2, Whispering Pines, minimum wage, and kids I actually liked. Approximately 1,200 words. When I was 23, my life was basically held together with duct tape, caffeine, and denial. I dropped out of college after my second year. The official reason was financial, but really it was a mix of bad grades, worse choices, and this quiet realization that I was paying 30 grand a year to be miserable. The student loans didn't care why I left. They still showed up every month like clockwork. I bounced between crappy part-time jobs, stocking shelves, washing dishes, handing out samples at a wholesale club, trying to make minimum payments and not move back in with my parents. That's how I ended up scrolling through a job site at 3 a.m, eyes burning, when I saw the posting. Summer camp counselor, room, board, and stipend provided. The ad had all the usual cheesy language. Change a kid's life. Create memories that last a lifetime. Fun outdoor environment. There was a picture of a dock on a lake and a group of kids in matching t-shirts smiling with their arms around each other like a toothpaste commercial. It also mentioned loan forgiveness partnership opportunities in a vague way that made my exhausted brain light up. I told myself it would be 3 months away from bill collectors and fluorescent lights. A chance to reset, get some sun, figure out what the hell I was doing. I sent my resume in, half expecting it to go nowhere. 2 days later, a man with a warm, too confident voice called and introduced himself as Rick Halpern, director of Whispering Pines Camp. He said things like family atmosphere, and we're all one big team up here. He laughed at his own jokes. He talked more about legacy families and donors than about actual campers. But I didn't know enough to find that strange yet. At the end of the call, he said, "If you can be here by next Monday, the job's yours, buddy." So the next week, I crammed my life into the trunk of my old Honda Civic, the one with the duct-taped rear bumper and one door that only opened from the inside, and pointed it toward Tennessee. The farther I drove, the more the radio turned into static. At first it was top 40 pop, then country, then those weird AM preacher stations that sound like they're shouting through a tin can. By the time I got off the main interstate and onto the smaller highways, it was more hiss than music. I left it on anyway. The fuzz and the low twang of whatever country station was still fighting to come through felt like company. The road curved deeper into the trees. Gas stations got farther apart. The GPS on my cracked phone lost signal and gave up. The last directions I had were from an email. Look for the wooden archway on your left just past mile marker 42. When I finally saw it, I almost missed the turn. The gate was just 2 thick logs with a crossbeam over the top. The wood grayed and splintering with age. Hanging from chains was a board that must have once been painted green. Now it was mostly bare wood, with ghostly flakes of paint clinging on and the words barely legible in the morning sun. Whispering Pines, EST, 1978. Someone had tried to freshen it up by stapling laminated paper signs to the posts. Welcome returning families and family weekend July 10th. But the corners were curling and the ink was already fading. I drove under the arch and onto a narrow gravel road. The camp unfolded slowly around a bend, like a cheap postcard coming into focus. On my right, cabins marched up the side of a low hill in staggered rows, all raw wood and screen doors. Each one had a little porch and a hand-painted sign, bear, raccoon, owl, nailed crooked over the door. Further down, the trees opened to a view of a small lake, the surface dark and still, except where it lapped against a long wooden dock. The dining hall sat closest to the water, a squat rectangle of a building with big glass windows facing the lake like it wanted to pretend it was a lodge. On one side, I could see a double set of doors and a little gravel turnaround where parents could drop kids off. On the other, tucked back and a little lower, was the kitchen wing. No windows, just cinder block, a metal loading bay door, and a smaller, dull gray building behind it. That building was the metal storage shed. I only glanced at it that first day. It was just another structure in the background. A box with no personality, no strings of lights, no kids running in and out. The kind of place you assume holds extra folding chairs, broken equipment, and bags of rock salt for the winter. If you'd paused the moment right there and told me that she'd was going to matter, I would have laughed. The camp sounded exactly like it was supposed to. Cicadas and crickets buzzed in the trees, this constant high electric hum under everything. When a group of kids sprinted down the hill toward the lake, the old wooden dock groaned and squeaked, boards flexing under their feet. Somewhere to my left, a screen door snapped shut with that sharp slap sound you only get from warped wood and cheap hinges. Someone was already playing guitar badly near the fire pit, missing chords and laughing. It smelled like pine needles and lake water and charcoal smoke. Rick met me outside the main office, which was just a cabin with an air conditioner unit jammed halfway into one window. He looked exactly like he sounded on the phone. Late 50s, hair going gray at the temples, stomach pushing against his tucked-in polo shirt, camp logo embroidered over his heart. He had one of those sunburned, smiling faces you see on dads who coach Little League. When he clapped his hand on my shoulder, it was like we were already old buddies. "Hey, there he is," he said, like he'd been waiting all day just for me. "You made it. Long drive?" "Yeah," I said. "Civic almost died on a hill back there." He laughed too hard at that. "Well, you're here now. Welcome to the Pines, man. This place changes people's lives. We've got kids who came here in the 80s bringing their own kids now. Legacy families, donors. We're all one big family up here." He said the word family a lot. Enough that, even then, it stuck out. I figured it was just branding. Camps are always selling you on the idea that strangers become family if you share enough bug spray and ghost stories. Rick gave me the nickel tour: cabins, lake, infirmary, arts and crafts shed, and then the dining hall. Inside it was exactly what you'd expect. Long wooden tables, benches, a stage at one end. A weird smell that was part syrup, part bleach, and part something fried 3 weeks ago. The big glass windows looked out over the water. If you ignored the peeling paint and the scuffed floor, it felt almost cozy. He pointed out the kitchen double doors and mentioned the industrial freezer, the walk-in, the storage. "We get deliveries twice a week," he said. "Big part of our budget. Thank God for our donors, right? We show our appreciation, they keep us alive." That first week is a blur of name games, sunscreen, and noise. But there are a few faces that never really faded. I was assigned to a cabin of boys around 13 and 14. The one who made the biggest impression first was Dylan. Dylan was the kind of kid every counselor has at least one of. Constant motion, constant commentary, always one joke away from getting in real trouble. He swore under his breath, tried to sneak his phone in, and claimed he'd been kicked out of 2 other camps. But if one of the smaller kids got picked on at the lake, Dylan was the first one in the bully's face. He'd grumble about it after, but he couldn't help himself. Then there was Zoe. Even though she wasn't technically in my cabin, she was in the girls' unit up the hill, but she drifted around the edges of activities like a shadow with a camera. Zoe carried this old film camera, the kind your dad might have used in the 90s. She wore it on a strap across her chest like armor. While other kids posed and did peace signs whenever someone pulled out a phone, Zoe liked to stand a little back, catching candid shots. Muddy sneakers lined up outside a cabin, smoke curling up from the campfire, a counselor mid-eye roll. She didn't talk much, but when she did, it was usually to say something that sounded like it belonged to someone older. And then there was Marcus. Marcus was a veteran camper, 3rd summer at Whispering Pines. He knew every shortcut path through the trees, every rock to sit on, if you wanted to watch the sunset without getting caught. Exactly how many marshmallows you could swipe from the kitchen before Linda, the cook, noticed. He wore the camp t-shirts from previous years, like badges of honor, and called new kids rookies, with a half smile that somehow didn't offend them. Slowly, between swim tests and arts and crafts, they stopped being just names on a roster and started being mine. My kids, whether I wanted that responsibility or not. At night, after lights out, I'd sit in the doorway of the cabin with a flashlight and listen to them whisper. They traded ghost stories they'd half remembered from movies and older brothers. A kid in the bottom bunk claimed there was a drowned counselor who walked out of the lake at midnight. Someone else swore they'd seen a shape in the trees that wasn't quite an animal. One night, when they begged me for a real scary story, I gave them a PG-13 version of the first Saw movie. Just enough to make them gasp and cover their faces. Not enough to give them actual nightmares. Or so I thought. The next morning, Rick pulled me aside near the coffee urn. "Hey buddy," he said, smile a little tighter than usual. "Maybe cool it with the torture porn for the middle schoolers, yeah? This is a family camp. We want parents to feel safe dropping their little angels off." I apologized. He clapped my shoulder and laughed it off, but his fingers dug in just a little too hard when he said family. I noticed it. I just didn't know what to do with it yet. There were good nights too. The kind you're supposed to have at summer camp. Standing around the fire pit while the sky turned purple, kids sticking marshmallows too close to the flames until they ignited, everyone yelling as the sugar blackened and dripped. The firewood popped and crackled, sending up sparks that disappeared into the dark. Someone with an okay voice and a terrible guitar led a sing-along. Smoke soaked into our clothes and hair. For a little while, my brain stopped looping through loan balances and future plans. I was just a tired 20-something watching kids roast sugar on sticks and argue over whose was the perfect golden brown. If the story ended there, it would have been a summer I actually look back on fondly. It didn't. The first real hint that something was off came in a staff meeting about 3 weeks in. We were gathered in the dining hall after curfew, kids all supposedly asleep in their cabins. The room looked different without the noise. Just long tables and the faint hum of the soda machine. Rick stood at the front with a clipboard, the camp logo shining on his polo under the fluorescent lights. He talked about midsummer evaluations, about keeping kids hydrated, about sunscreen and ticks. Then his tone shifted. "You all know it's been a tough few years for this place," he said. "Economy, competition, all that. If we don't blow these parents away this year, If we don't show them how much we appreciate the families who keep this camp alive, we might not have a next year. He said appreciate 3 times in less than a minute. Families even more. I remember that because the words started to sound weird, like if you say it over and over until it stops meaning anything. We've got some big donors coming up for our end-of-season family weekend, he added, eyes sweeping the room. Legacy families, sponsors, the people who let us do what we do for these kids. We're going to show them a night they never forget. Later that week, I couldn't sleep. The cabin was too hot. The ceiling fan just pushed warm air around. I stepped out onto the porch for some air and saw a strip of light leaking from behind the dining hall. Curious? I walked down the hill in my socks, the grass cool and damp. The cicadas were loud enough to make the trees feel like they were buzzing. As I got closer, another sound cut through the insect drone, the uneven rattle of metal wheels rolling over concrete. I came around the side of the kitchen wing and saw Rick. He was coming from the direction of that metal storage shed. He wore a white apron tied around his waist. Even in the low light, I could see dark streaks on it, long, irregular smears from his chest down to the hem. In his hands, he was pulling a flat metal cart, the kind you'd use to move kegs or crates. Its wheels squeaked and clicked over the cracks in the concrete, echoing off the cinder block. For half a second, I thought the red on his apron was ketchup or barbecue sauce, something stupid like that. Rick startled when he saw me, then immediately pasted that big counselor dad smile back on. "Hey, couldn't sleep either, huh?" he called softly, "just prepping for our big night." He jerked his head toward the dark shape of the storage shed behind him. The door was already closed again, a heavy padlock glinting under the security light. "Gotta make sure we've got enough to go around for all our families," he said. The word lingered in the air like smoke. I muttered something about insomnia and backed away, telling myself it was probably just meat from a delivery. Marinade on his apron, nothing weird. Camp directors handle supplies. They cook sometimes. It was late. I was tired. The brain fills in horror where there isn't any. I almost managed to believe that. Until a few nights later, when Marcus sat on the rail of the cabin porch, chewing on a piece of grass, and said, almost casually, "You know this place had another incident in the 90s, right?" I looked up from the stack of lanyards I was untangling. "What kind of incident?" He shrugged, eyes on the dark tree line. "My dad says they called it a gas thing, some accident. A bunch of people got hurt. They just changed the name after. Slapped a new sign up and kept going." He nodded toward the old archway at the road, like he could see it through the trees. "Whispering Pines isn't its first name," he added. "It's just the one they painted over the old one. 1.3, what they told us about the old name. Approximately 1,200 words." I didn't take Marcus seriously at first. Every camp has its own mythos. There's always some kid who swears they heard from a cousin that somebody died in the lake, or hung themselves in cabin 7, or vanished in the woods. It's part of the ecosystem. You trade sunscreen for urban legends, bug bites for ghost stories. Still, what he said kept chewing at me. "You know this place had another incident in the 90s, right? They just changed the name, slapped a new sign up." The next afternoon, when the kids were at archery with another counselor, I ducked into the office under the excuse of needing extra batteries for flashlights. The office was just a cramped room with a metal desk, a filing cabinet, and a corkboard covered in old flyers. The air conditioner rattled in the window, struggling. On the wall behind the desk, there were framed photos, sun-faded shots of kids from decades past. One of them was labeled Summer 1993 in peeling gold letters. The kids were in different t-shirts, a different logo. The name printed across their chests wasn't Whispering Pines. It was Lake Ridge Family Camp. I was still squinting at it when Rick came in balancing a cardboard box on one hip. "Hey buddy, need something?" he asked. "Just grabbing batteries," I said, nodding toward the cabinet. Then, before my brain could stop my mouth, "Hey, Marcus said this place used to be called something else. Lake Ridge or something?" Rick's smile didn't falter, but something in it cooled. "Kids love their stories, don't they?" he said lightly, setting the box down with a thud. "Yeah, technically, the property had a different name way back when. Different ownership, different era. We rebranded. New logo, new scholarships, new donors. We don't like to dwell on the past. New name, new chapter." He moved in front of the old photo, just enough that it disappeared behind his shoulder. "What happened to the old chapter?" I asked. He pulled a file from the box, flipped through it a little too intently for it to be natural. "There was some kind of incident," he said. "Gas thing. Old propane system, faulty ventilation. Couple people got hurt." He waved one hand in a vague circle, as if brushing smoke away. "They fixed it. Then they fixed the name. Honestly, gossip makes it sound bigger than it was." His tone made it clear the conversation was over. A good employee would let it die right there. I told myself I was here for a paycheck, not investigative journalism. I grabbed the pack of batteries and backed out, letting the door shut on the history hanging behind him. I could have pushed harder. I could have asked for details, dates, numbers. I didn't. Little acts of not looking are still decisions, even if they're quiet. A few days later, we had our first big orientation night with parents. If you've never been in a dining hall full of nervous adults pretending not to be nervous while they hand their kids over to strangers, it's its own kind of circus. We crammed folding chairs into every open space, not just the main floor, but up on the little stage too. The air was hot and thick with the smell of coffee, deodorant, and the damp lake scent still clinging to the kids' clothes. Someone rigged up a projector and a sheet for a screen. The first slide was the camp logo. The next was a loop of photos. Kids on the dock, kids with painted faces, kids at the archery range squinting like they were aiming for the moon. Each one lingered long enough for parents to lean over, squint, and whisper, "There you are, honey," even when it wasn't their kid. I stood in the back with the other counselors, pressed shoulder to shoulder against the wood-paneled wall. The ceiling fans spun uselessly overhead. Every time someone shifted in their chair, the legs scraped against the floor in a chorus of metal-on-wood grates. Rick took the makeshift stage with a wireless mic in hand, like a man stepping into his favorite role. "Good evening, families," he boomed, and the sound system squealed for a second before settling. "I'm Rick Halpern, director here at Whispering Pines, and I just want to start by saying how grateful we are that you've trusted us with your kids this summer." Applause, scattered at first, then more solid as people followed each other's lead. A few phones came up to film. He talked about the camp's mission. He talked about building character and lifelong friendships. He dropped a lot of words like community and legacy. Behind him, the slideshow cycled through photos of kids covered in paint, covered in mud, covered in smiles. Every time he said family, the crowd seemed to lean forward. "These cabins, this lake, this hall, none of it exists without you," he said, gesturing grandly at the ceiling, at the room, at the floodlights buzzing outside the windows. "Our families keep this camp alive, literally. Your support, your donations, Your word of mouth, this isn't just our place, it's yours. A murmur of pleased laughter rolled through the room. I saw a woman in a sundress squeeze her husband's hand. A dad in a ball cap nodded along like he was being personally thanked. Somewhere between Rick's phrases about gratitude and giving back, I realized he was using the same language with the parents that he used with us in staff meetings, just polished, brighter. It didn't stand out as sinister exactly, just practiced. He held up one hand for quiet, waiting until even the coughs died down. And at the end of the month, he continued, pacing a little along the edge of the stage. We're going to show that appreciation in a way we've never done before. We've got something very special planned for all of you. A brand new event we're calling. He paused, timing it for effect. On cue, the next slide behind him changed. Big white letters over a shot of the lake at sunset. Family Appreciation Night. The words glowed on the sheet, the lake behind them orange and gold. The room erupted in applause. Folding chairs creaked as people shifted forward, clapped, reached for their phones to snap a picture of the screen. Moms whispered to each other, "That's so sweet." A dad near me joked, "Free food? I'm there," and nudged his kid. Someone up front shouted, "Yeah!" like they were at a concert. I remember the sound of it all, pressed together. The clapping, the scrape of metal chair legs, the dull thud of feet on the wooden floor, the mic picking up a little feedback whine and burying it under laughter. It was loud, suffocatingly warm, full of exactly the kind of wholesome energy you'd stick into a brochure. But under that, there was another sound. Faint at first. Easy to miss if you weren't listening for it. A rattle like something on wheels hitting a crack. A short roll, then a sharp clunk against a wall. I turned my head toward the side of the hall, toward the door that led back into the kitchen. It was propped open a few inches to let some of the heat escape. Beyond it, I could see the stainless steel edge of the serving counter, a glimpse of fluorescent lit tile. The rattle came again. Wheels, metal on concrete. Clunk. Probably just one of the kitchen staff, I told myself. Somebody moving a cart. Pots, trays, whatever. Totally normal in a place that fed 100 people 3 times a day. But the hairs on my forearms stood up anyway. I shifted sideways until I could see through the gap in the door. All I caught was a slice of the back prep area, and beyond that, through a smaller window, a sliver of the outside. The metal storage shed crouched behind the kitchen like an afterthought. The door to the shed was shut. A brand new padlock gleamed on the latch, catching the light from the security lamp. "Did you hear that?" One of the other counselors murmured beside me. "Hear what?" I said. They shrugged. Thought I heard a cart or something. On stage, Rick was still talking, voice smooth as the lake in that photo. "We're going to feed you until you can't eat another bite," he said, smiling. "We're going to celebrate you, our families, our backbone, our prime cut." He laughed at his own joke. A few parents chuckled along, not noticing the phrasing, or maybe thinking it was just camp cook humor. I remember blinking at that one, prime cut, mentally filing it away as weird, then letting the tide of noise wash over it. The rest of the night went by in a blur of logistics questions and sign-up sheets. Which cabins would be co-ed for siblings? How strict was the no-phone policy? Were there vegetarian options? I smiled when I was supposed to, nodded along, promised parents we took their kids' safety seriously. Every time someone mentioned Family Appreciation Night, the words sat in my stomach like a swallowed stone. If you'd asked me then what exactly bothered me, I wouldn't have had a clean answer. It was just a phrase, just an event on a calendar at the end of the month. A night with extra food and a slideshow and maybe some cheesy awards. Still, when I walked back to my cabin in the dark, the camp quieter now, I heard the crunch of gravel under my shoes, the hum of the insects, the distant slap of water against the dock. And beneath that, in memory or imagination, the echo of metal wheels rolling, then slamming into something solid. You get good, working with kids, at talking yourself down from every bump in the night. Raccoon in the trash, wind in the trees, old pipes. I told myself the same things I told them. It's just the kitchen. It's just a cart. It's just an overworked director making jokes about meat. In the warehouse now, 10 years later, that's the part that guts me. All the places I could have pushed back, asked harder, looked longer. All the tiny justs I piled up between myself and the truth. I sit on my break in a different fluorescent-lit room now. The vending machine hums. The microwave spins someone's sad leftovers. Over by the far wall, above the door that leads into our own freezer, a cheap plastic wall clock ticks away the minutes with little jumps of the red second hand. Tick, tick, tick. The sound it makes is clean, precise. It has nothing to do with camp, nothing to do with wheels or carts or hooks or bones. And yet, when I stare at that clock too long, the ticking blurs into something else. The old applause in the dining hall, the scrape of chair legs, the rattle of a cart you can't quite see. In my head, those sounds have fused into a single noise I can't get rid of. Metal rolling, a cheerful voice saying Family Appreciation Night, a solid, final clunk. So when I typed that email to the horror channel and stared at the blinking cursor, I knew exactly how I needed to start. If you've never worked a summer camp, I wrote, you might think what I'm about to describe isn't possible. I'm telling you it is, because I watched a whole room full of families become meat in less than an hour. 2.1. A normal week at a camp. That wasn't normal, approximately 1,200 words. If you just looked at the schedule on the whiteboard in the staff room, that month before everything happened could have been any other summer at any other camp. Every morning started the same way. The squeal of the old PA system crackling to life. Somebody blowing too hard into the mic before yelling, "Rise and shine, whispering pines." Kids groaned and shuffled out of bunks, while counselors pounded on door frames and told them to find their shoes. We'd herd them up the hill to the flagpole, still damp from the night air. The metal clips on the rope would clink against the pole. Little Leng Keng notes that carried across the dewy grass as we ran the flag up. Some kids mumbled through the national anthem, hands half-heartedly over their hearts, eyes still halfway shut. Others belted it out off-key, like they were auditioning for something. Breakfast sounded like pure chaos. Plates clattering, silverware scraping, voices bouncing off the high ceiling. The dining hall always smelled like syrup and burnt coffee in the mornings, with a warm undernote of eggs that had been sitting a few minutes too long. Pancakes, scrambled eggs, sausage links that bounced suspiciously if you dropped them. Kids shouted for seconds. The soda machine in the corner hissed and burped. Someone always spilled orange juice. If you squinted, it was almost comforting. After breakfast, the daily shuffle to activities. The lifeguard whistle shrilled from the lake as kids lined up for swim tests or canoe races. The water SL slapped against the side of the dock, the wood groaning as they ran along it and jumped in. The air down there always smelled like sunscreen. Thick white streaks on shoulders, chemical coconut and zinc, and the faint oil of the boats. Up on the hill, arrows thunked into hay bales at the archery range. Somewhere in the trees, a counselor with a beard and too many bracelets talked about connecting with nature, while kids pretended to meditate and swatted mosquitoes. From the outside, from a helicopter shot or a parent's Instagram story, it was just summer. Messy, loud, sticky, ordinary. Nights were my favorite before all of that got tainted by what came after. After lights out, when the last flashlight beam stopped flickering under the cabin doors and the younger kids finally stopped asking for one more story, there'd be this brief exhale. The camp would go from screaming to whispering. In the distance, you could hear the ripple of laughter from the older cabins, the screen doors slapping as someone snuck out to pee in the bushes instead of going to the latrine. I'd sit on the porch steps of my cabin with my back against the railing, watching the beam of my flashlight sweep the tree line while I listened to my boys whisper in the dark behind me. Dylan was usually the loudest, even when he was trying not to be. He'd launch into some story about the scar on his knee, the one he liked to show off any chance he got. That's from when I was 10 and tried to jump my neighbor's fence on a bike. He'd say proudly, ignoring the kid in the bunk below him, groaning, "Dude, you've told this like 50 times." He'd turn the tale into an epic, full of blood and broken teeth, even though I'd seen the thin, pale line of the scar and knew it was probably more Band-Aids than ER visit. The way his voice lit up when he talked, though, made it hard not to smile. Zoe, on the other hand, let her pictures do most of the talking. She'd sit cross-legged on her bunk with her camera in her lap, rolling the strap through her fingers while she described shots she wanted to take. When the fog comes off the lake in the morning, the way it kind of wraps around the dock posts, she'd say quietly, "If you catch it right, it looks like something's trying to climb out of the water." One afternoon, she found me on the steps while the boys were at soccer and handed me 3 small prints she'd developed in the makeshift darkroom they'd set up in the Arts and Crafts building. They were all in black and white. One was of the cabin porch, empty, the steps in shadow, the crooked railing cutting the frame in half. Another was of the fire pit from our first night, the logs stacked neatly, no flames yet, just the suggestion of where they would be. The third was the dock, empty, the lake behind it a flat sheet of dark glass. "They're good," I said, because they were. She shrugged, looking past me at the trees. "Sometimes it's nice to catch things before they get loud." Then there was Marcus, who made it his personal mission to expand my skills in petty camp crime. He'd lean against the cabin wall like a tiny, sunburned informant and explain how to sneak into the kitchen between meals without Linda seeing you. "You got like a 5-minute window when she goes to the office to yell at the suppliers on the phone," he'd say. "If you go around the back, the screen on the side door doesn't latch all the way. You gotta nudge it with your foot so it doesn't slam." He showed me once how he could slip in, grab a handful of cookies from a tray cooling on a rack, and be back out before anyone noticed. He was prouder of that than any archery badge. I was making $10 an hour, plus room and board, working more hours than my contract said, and pretending the mosquitoes weren't eating me alive. I should have been more bitter than I was, but there were mornings, standing at the flagpole listening to off-key singing and the ring of metal against metal, when something in my chest would loosen. I'd look out over the cabins and the lake and this mess of kids with bedhead and grass stains, and I'd think, stupidly, that maybe I'd finally stumbled into something I was halfway decent at. That's what makes the next part so much worse. Because all the little things that were wrong about Whispering Pines hid under a layer of that normal. They started small, and they were all tied, in one way or another, to the food. Linda, the head cook, was a compact woman in her 40s with forearms that looked like she could bench press a truck. She wore her hair up in a bandana and her apron like armor. She'd been there longer than Rick, according to gossip, and she ran the kitchen like a ship. Everything in its place, everything on schedule, no nonsense. Most of our deliveries came from the same 2 distributors. The trucks were always labeled, the boxes stamped with brand logos. Cereal companies, frozen pizza, big-name bulk suppliers. They backed up to the loading bay twice a week, brakes hissing, the driver hopping out with a clipboard for a signature. Then the white boxes started showing up. They came on smaller trucks. No company name on the side, just a DOT number and a state plate. The drivers didn't wear uniforms. The boxes they unloaded weren't labeled with brands, just plain cardboard with barcodes and a strip of white tape around the middle. The first time I saw them, Linda was standing by the bay door with her hands on her hips, watching the guy wheel a pallet jack down the ramp. "New supplier?" I asked, reflexively grabbing the edge of a box to keep it from tipping. She slapped my hand away, not hard, but sharper than I expected. "Special order," she said. "Rick says not to worry. Top-tier donor family's got us a deal." She said top tier, like she was talking about steak. When she sliced the tape open with her box cutter, the smell that came out made my eyes water. Raw meat always has a scent, copper and refrigerator cold, a flat metallic weight in the back of your throat. This was that, but turned up. Richer, heavier. There was a sweet edge to it, like something that had once been fresh, pushed right to the line. "Jesus," I muttered, turning my head. Linda wrinkled her nose, then forced her face back to neutral. "Meat's meat," she said. "We'll cook it. Nobody'll know the difference." I remember the way she said nobody. It had a deeper layer I didn't understand yet. The next few days, whenever I helped set up for meals, I noticed more of those plain boxes stacked in the corner by the walk-in freezer. Sometimes they were half empty. Sometimes they were gone before I ever saw them unpacked. The labels on the menus didn't change. We were still serving roast beef and pulled pork and camp chili. The kids still lined up with trays, still drowned everything in ketchup. Rick liked to stand near the front of the line on the days when those special shipments had come in. He'd clap parents or donors on the back if they were visiting, talking about how we really pull out all the stops for our families. He used that word a lot, families. Staff, meanwhile, got a new reminder in the next meeting. Rick stood in front of the whiteboard in the staff room, marker in hand, attendance sheet on the table. "So, couple quick notes before you all crash," he said. "First, hydration, sunscreen, yada yada, you know the drill. Second, the new storage protocols. Kitchen and back-of-house areas are restricted access from now on." He underlined the words, "restricted access," on the board. That means no counselors in the back kitchen unless Linda asks for help, and absolutely no one in the back storage shed behind the kitchen. He pointed in the vague direction of that dull gray box outside. "Insurance stuff, health codes, you know how it is." Someone asked if that meant no more late-night cookie raids. He laughed. The room laughed with him. The tension snapped like a twig. "I'm serious, though," he added, voice dipping just enough to let you know he meant it. "We've got some special inventory right now, thanks to some very generous donors. We don't want cross-contamination. We don't want kids wandering back there. So for this month, unless your name is Linda or Rick, you don't need to be near that storage. Got it?" Most people shrugged it off. More rules. Camps run on them. But from then on, that little metal shed behind the kitchen felt different to me. When I walked past it on my way to take trash out or to smoke behind the dumpsters, I could feel my attention snagging on it. The way your eyes catch on a dark spot on the wall without meaning to. The padlock on the door seemed shinier than everything else around it, like it was new in a place that was proud of being old. In the grand scheme of things, it was nothing. Just boxes, just meat, just rules about where we could and couldn't go. Nothing anyone would ever put in a report. Looking back, though, the month before they fed us was full of little nothings, each one small enough to ignore on its own, each one tied in some way to what we put in those kids' mouths. 2.2. Legacy donors, tears, and the way Rick looked at certain parents, approximately 1,200 words. If you want to know who really owns a place like Whispering Pines, you don't look at the kids. You look at who shows up for the weekend cookouts. Every Sunday afternoon we had what Rick called a family drop-in. Local parents, grandparents, and the occasional out-of-state visitor would come up to spend a few hours at camp, see their kids, watch a game of capture the flag, stand on the dock, and pretend they weren't terrified of lakes. For most people, it was a quick visit, a few hugs, a paper plate of food, and then a wave goodbye. But then there were the other ones, the legacy families. You could spot them before their SUVs were even fully parked. Shiny late model things, chrome still bright, vanity plates from wealthy suburbs. Moms stepped out in expensive casual, the kind of sandals that cost more than my car payment, Apple Watches flashing on their wrists. Dads in polos with tiny logos I recognized from ads but had never seen in my own closet, talking about inventory, rates, closing next week. They walked into camp like they'd paid for every plank of wood and expected the trees to move aside for them. Rick turned into a brighter version of himself around them. He was friendly with everyone, but with legacy parents, he somehow became bigger. His handshake got firmer, his voice got louder. His eyes, normally a sort of washed-out blue, seemed to sharpen and light up when he saw a familiar donor face. "Hey, Steve! There he is!" he'd call, striding across the lawn to clap a man on the back. "You and your family are the backbone of this place, you know that? We literally couldn't open the gates without you." He said variations of that line over and over. Backbone, lifeline, you keep this camp alive. Each time, the parent in question would laugh, deflect, act modest, and then mention something about their firm or their latest project. I watched one of those Sundays from near the grill. We had the big camp cookout going, charcoal grills smoking, kids playing tag with ketchup packets, that lazy late afternoon light turning everything a little too gold. I was flipping burgers next to Linda, sweat soaking through my staff t-shirt. The grease dripped off the patties and hit the coals with sharp little shh sounds, each sizzle sending up a puff of smoke that stung my eyes. Behind us, a table was stacked with chips, condiments, and aluminum trays of special meat. Every time Linda opened one of those trays, the smell punched through the pleasant cookout haze. Thick, heavy, something deeper than store-brand hot dogs. She kept her face neutral, but her nostrils flared every time she lifted the foil. "That the new stuff?" I asked quietly, while a pack of kids screamed at each other over who got the bigger bun. "Special order," she said, brushing her hands on a towel. "Rick says our top-tier donors deserve top-tier cuts." The way she said cuts made the hairs on my arms stand up, just for a second. Then a mom stepped up, smiling, and I passed her a plate with 2 patties and too much ketchup, and the moment slid away. In front of the grills, the social orchestra played on. The soundscape of those afternoons is burned into my brain. The pop and hiss of fat hitting flame. The clink of tongs against metal. the psst of soda cans being cracked open, carbonation sighing out, laughter, kids whining, a country song leaking from someone's Bluetooth speaker. Over it all, this constant little scrape, forks dragging across paper plates, teeth squeaking on plastic, people chasing the last streaks of sauce. That sound never bothered me before. It grated on me up there, for reasons I couldn't pin down. A dry, dragging noise like something trying to free itself from thin resistance. It's one of those sounds I can't unhear now. Even in the warehouse. Even when someone's just eating lunch. Later that day, I went into the office to refill the lemonade dispenser. The big plastic jug barely fit into the tiny sink, and I was wrestling it under the tap when I glanced up at the whiteboard on the opposite wall. I'd seen it before, but never really read it. The board was divided into 4 neat columns, each heading written in thick, squeaky marker. First-time returners, legacy sponsors. Under each one, names. Some were kids' names, some were last names with family written after them, little notes in parentheses, check marks, underlines. The legacy and sponsors columns were the fullest, stretching down the board in cramped handwriting. A handful of those names had small stars drawn next to them in red. One of them I recognized from the cookout that morning. The SUV guy Rick had practically run to greet. Before I could stop myself, I stepped closer, reading. Beside one starred name, someone had written 3rd Gen in tiny letters. Beside another, foundation gift. The word donor appeared more than once. I was still staring when I heard footsteps behind me. "Looks like a war room in here, huh?" Rick's voice said too close. I jumped a little, nearly sloshing lemonade over my shoes. "Sorry, I was just..." "Relax." He squeezed past me, grabbing a dry erase marker from the tray. "You're allowed to look. Nothing top secret." He added a name under first time, then leaned back to admire the board like it was a piece of art. "What's with the stars?" I asked, nodding at the red marks before I could think better of it. He flashed me that easy grin. "Just tracking who to thank extra at Family Appreciation. Gotta make sure our gratitude is properly portioned." He tapped the marker near one of the legacy names. "These folks keep the lights on, buddy. We don't want to forget our prime cuts." He chuckled as he said it, like it was a dumb grill joke. Prime cuts. The kind of thing you'd put on an apron at a novelty store. I forced a weak laugh back, because that's what you do when your boss makes a weird joke. But the phrase landed wrong. It sat there between us, heavy and slick. Our prime cuts. I glanced once more at the board, at all those names, some with stars, some without. I thought about the unlabeled meat in the white boxes, about Linda saying top-tier cuts. My stomach did a slow turn. Then someone yelled from the hall that we were out of ice, and I grabbed the lemonade and ducked away, telling myself I was overreacting to a bad pun. That night, after the cookout, the camp settled into a deeper quiet than usual. The kids were exhausted from sugar and sun. Most of them knocked out before I finished the first round of lights out reminders. The guys in my cabin started snoring in shifts, the air thick with the smell of charcoal still clinging to their hair and clothes. I was sitting in the doorway, half dozing, when I heard voices from just outside the cabin, low, conspiratorial. Zoe and Marcus were sitting on the steps, bare feet dirty, knees pulled up to their chests. I could see them through the slit in the curtain, lit by the weak yellow porch light. They didn't know I was awake. "I caught a picture of Mr. Halpern last night," Zoe was saying, turning her camera over in her hands, thumb gently tracing the worn edges. "But there's something wrong with the negative," Marcus popped a piece of gum into his mouth. Wrong like what? You mess up the exposure or something? She shook her head. No, like, his face is doubled. She paused, searching for words. You know when you move the camera during a long exposure and you get that ghost trail? It's kind of like that. But I didn't move. The background's sharp. It's just his face. Maybe he moved, Marcus said, unimpressed. Maybe he's just weird looking. Zoe's voice lowered. I took 2 shots, one right after the other. In the first one, he looks normal. In the second one, it's like there's something behind his skin, like a second face trying to come through, right under his eyes. A breeze moved through the trees, making the porch light flicker. Somewhere further down the hill, a screen door banged shut and someone shushed a kid. I felt my own face get hot, even in the dark. He was standing by that storage shed, she added softly. The metal one behind the kitchen. I don't know. It just doesn't look right. Probably a light leak, Marcus said, trying to sound confident. Or like a reflection. Zoe said. But I could tell from her tone she didn't buy that. She turned the camera so the strap twisted, the film advance lever catching the light. I haven't developed that role yet, she murmured. I kinda don't want to. They went quiet for a moment. The night sounds rushed in to fill the space. The insects, the distant lap of water against the dock, the rattle of the flag hardware tapping lightly against the pole. I closed my eyes, leaning my head back against the doorframe. At the time, it was just one more strange little thing in a week full of them. An odd joke from my boss, a weird entry on a whiteboard. A girl with a camera saying a photo looked wrong. Individually, they were nothing. When you stack them all together and look back from where I am now, they form a pattern so obvious it makes me sick. The donors, the tears, the way Rick's eyes lit up at certain last names, the board tracking families like inventory, the prime cuts, and a photograph no one ever developed of a man standing in front of a metal shed with a face that wasn't quite his own trying to bleed through the film. 2.3. The night I heard the freezer speak. Approximately 1,200 words. Night rounds at camp are a different kind of quiet. During the day, Whispering Pines sounded like a zoo crossed with a school cafeteria. Kids yelling, whistles blowing, doors slamming, somebody always dropping something metal. But around 1 or 2 in the morning, all of that died out. What was left felt hollow. The kind of silence where any small sound, no matter how ordinary, suddenly has teeth. We took turns doing cabin checks after lights out, making sure nobody had snuck out, nobody was crying themselves to sleep, nobody was trying to impress their friends by walking around the lake alone. That night, it was my turn. I slipped on my hoodie over my staff t-shirt, shoved my flashlight into my pocket, and stepped out onto the porch. The air was thick and warm, but there was no wind. The trees were black cutouts against a navy sky, the stars blurred by a thin film of humidity. Behind me, my cabin breathed in and out in different rhythms. Soft snores, a cough, someone mumbling in a dream. I pulled the door almost all the way shut, leaving it cracked just enough that I could hear if someone woke up screaming. I started my route. The beam of my flashlight cut a narrow tunnel through the dark as I walked the path between the boys' cabins. Gravel crunched under my boots. To my right, I could hear the occasional slap of water against the underside of the dock, even though I couldn't see the lake from up here. Out in the trees, cicadas buzzed and clicked, a constant electric rasp. I did the usual, peeked in through cabin windows, listened for giggles that shouldn't be there, made sure the shadows on the bunks weren't missing anyone. Most of the kids were out cold. A few rolled over when my light brushed the wall. One counselor in another cabin gave me a sleepy thumbs up when I shone the beam across his doorway. By the time I finished the uphill loop and started down toward the dining hall, it was a little past 1:30. The big building loomed at the bottom of the slope, its glass windows dark, the outline of tables faintly visible inside. The porch light above the main entrance was on, attracting a small cloud of bugs. To the side, the kitchen wing jutted out, its cinder-block walls lit a sickly yellow by a single security light. From that direction came the only artificial sound in the camp at that hour, the constant hum of the ice machine. It sat just inside the back door of the kitchen, this big metal box that wheezed and clattered as it dropped cubes into its bin. Even with the door closed, you could hear little chunks of ice tumble every so often, plunk, plink, skitter, like teeth falling into a plastic throat. My route didn't technically require me to go past the dining hall. The cabins were all uphill. The official map said I just had to loop around the kids' area and check the bathhouses. But the night felt too awake for me to go back yet. I told myself I might as well swing by and make sure no one had snuck down there for a midnight raid on the vending machines we didn't have. As I walked down the path, the insect noise thinned. Concrete replaced gravel under my feet. The air cooled slightly as I got closer to the buildings, the radiated heat from the day still clinging to brick and glass. The sound of the ice machine got louder. Then another sound slid in underneath it. At first, I thought it was just the ice rattling differently. A sharper clack, a rolling noise. But as I got closer to the corner of the building, the pattern became clearer. Rattle, roll, stop, rattle, roll, stop. Like somebody was pushing a heavy cart with metal wheels over uneven concrete. You could hear it pick up speed, hit a crack or a lip in the pavement, then jolt to a stop. I pictured Linda, still up, moving supplies around. Maybe she was hyper-prepping for breakfast. Maybe there'd been a late delivery. Kitchen people keep weird hours. It made sense. I cut across the strip of grass toward the loading bay where the trucks backed in. As soon as I turned the corner, the sound stopped. The loading bay itself was empty. The big overhead door was shut, the chain hanging in loose loops. The concrete pad gleamed faintly under the sodium lamp, stained here and there with old oil and something darker. No carts, no people, only my own breath, suddenly too loud in my throat. The metal storage shed squatted a few yards away, its corrugated walls dull in the half-light. The padlock on the door winked once as my flashlight beam clipped it. I stood there for a second, listening. The ice machine rattled behind the wall to my left, dropping a clump of cubes. A bullfrog croaked somewhere down near the lake. The flag clips ticked softly against the pole up the hill. No wheels, no rolling cart. "You're tired," I muttered to myself. "You misheard. Go back to bed." But my feet took me closer to the shed door. Up close, I could see fingerprints in the dust on the metal, smudges near the handle. The padlock was new, the brand name pressed into its shiny face like a proud badge. I shouldn't have touched it. Rule number 1 of summer camp horror stories: don't mess with the locked door behind the kitchen. But the human brain is stupidly curious, especially when you're 23 and think every bad thing is still something that happens to other people. I wrapped my hand around the cold handle and gave it a tiny, experimental tug, just enough to feel the resistance. The metal didn't budge. The padlock bumped once against the latch with a dull clink. That's when I heard it. Not through the metal like a knock, not from outside. from inside. It sounded at first like something being shaken in a box. A rattle, quick, dry, stiff. Not the soft clatter of ice cubes, but a harder sound, like bones in a bag. It came in short bursts. Rook, rook, clack. There was a rhythm to it. Not quite random, not quite regular. Like someone trying to tap out a pattern but forgetting halfway through. I froze, my ear inches from the metal now, my fingers tightening on the handle. Behind that rattling sound was another one, lower and constant, the deep, throbbing drone of a compressor working overtime. You know that sound every walk-in freezer makes? That almost subsonic hum you feel more in your chest than your ears? It was that, turned up. It vibrated through the door and into my bones. And layered into that hum, tangled up with the bone rattle, was something like a voice. At first I thought it was just the compressor's moan playing tricks on me, the way people hear words in static. But the longer I listened, the more certain I became that I wasn't imagining the cadence. It wasn't one voice, it was many. A tangled knot of whispers pressed together, muffled by steel and insulation. The syllables stretched and warped, dragged out of shape by the metal between us. I couldn't tell you what language they were speaking, but I understood enough. Than you family. Thank you. The words smeared together, like someone had taken a thank you recording and stretched it on an old cassette player until it warbled. The repetition turned it into something ugly. I didn't realize I was holding my breath until my chest started to hurt. I forced air in through my nose, slow, careful, afraid the slightest sound from me would make whatever was in there answer. The bone rattle stopped suddenly. For one awful second, there was only the humming compressor and those not quite words. Then even the whispers cut off. Silence slammed down so hard I flinched. Behind me, gravel crunched. I spun around, heart punching my ribs, the flashlight in my pocket jumping against my leg. Rick stood at the edge of the light, half of his face in shadow, half washed in that sickly yellow from the security lamp. Jesus, I hissed, hand going to my chest. You scared the crap out of me. He smiled, slow and easy. You and me both, buddy, he said. Didn't mean to sneak up on you. He stepped closer, boots whispering over the concrete. In his hand, he held a set of keys, the ring big enough to anchor a boat. They jingled softly with every movement, a cascade of light metallic chimes that sounded wrong after the rattling I'd just heard. You hear it too? He asked. My mouth was dry. Hear what? He nodded toward the shed door, toward my hand still clenched on the handle. The noise, he said, spooks the new guys every summer. It's just the compressor. She's old, groans like a haunted house when she kicks on. I should have said yes. I should have laughed and agreed and let him hand me whatever script he wanted me to recite to myself. Instead, I swallowed and managed. It sounded like, I don't know, like voices. He tilted his head, listening theatrically, as if humoring me. For a moment, we both just stood there, ears turned to the metal. The freezer inside hummed steadily, nothing else. Rick's smile widened. Nah, he said. Power of suggestion? You hear kids whispering all day. Your brain starts pasting their voices onto every little noise at night. He stepped right up to the door then and knocked on it with his knuckles. 3 sharp raps. The sound shot through me like a physical blow. See? He said, solid as a rock, just meat and machinery. Just meat. He turned away from the shed, already done with the conversation. Apparently, my curiosity was a smudge he'd wiped off without thinking. As he walked back toward the path, the keys in his hand swung freely, catching the light. There were a lot of them. Cabin keys, gate keys, padlock keys. One of them, shorter and fatter than the rest, had a little red plastic tag hanging from it. The letters on the tag were written in black marker, the ink slightly faded, but still legible. Lower storage. I don't know why that detail stuck out so hard. Maybe it was because everything else on the ring looked generic. Silver on silver, no labels. Maybe it was the word lower, with all its implications in a place like this. Lower than what? Lower than where we were now? Lower than the shed I'd just heard? Something inside? Old building, Rick said over his shoulder, as if continuing our earlier conversation. She's got layers. We make do. He waved slightly with the hand holding the keys. The ring swung, the tag flashing red once before the shadows swallowed it. Gonna be worth it, though, he added, almost casually. All the upgrades we're putting in place. Families are gonna remember this season for the rest of their lives. He said it like a promise. It sounded like a threat. I watched him walk away, his silhouette shrinking as he headed back up the path toward the staff cabins. The echoes of the keys jangling faded into the insect noise. The security light buzzed overhead. The padlock on the shed glinted once more and then seemed to dull, as if it had closed its eye. Behind the door, the freezer started up a new cycle. The compressor growled. Something shifted inside. Maybe just boxes or hanging racks. Maybe more. I listened a second longer. Nothing spoke this time, but as I turned away, forcing myself back toward my cabin, one thought lodged somewhere under my ribs and refused to budge. For a shed that already held something that could rattle and whisper, somebody had bothered to label a key for something lower. 3.1. Kids, rumors, and a stupid promise. Approximately 1,200 words. If you pressed pause on the week before Family Appreciation Night and zoomed all the way out, it would have looked like the perfect camp brochure. The lake was busy from breakfast until dinner. We had a canoe race that Monday. 2-person teams paddling in crooked lines, bumping into each other, splashing more water on themselves than they moved. The lifeguard whistle cut the humid air, sharp and constant, yelling at kids to stop standing up in the canoes, stop trying to tip their friends. On the hill, talent show rehearsals started. Every open patch of grass turned into a stage. One kid practiced a magic trick that never worked. 2 others tried to choreograph a dance, arguing about being on beat when neither of them had one. A boy with a cracked voice and a guitar sat under a tree, playing the same 3 chords until his fingers blistered. From the outside, that week was nothing but sunlight and noise. Rick made his official announcement at Wednesday lunch. We were halfway through mystery casserole, some combo of noodles and sauce and cheese scraped from the bottom of the industrial pans, when the PA system squealed and his voice came over the speakers. "Can I have your attention for just a minute, everyone?" he said, even though his voice was already booming from 2 directions at once. The ceiling speakers and the front of the room. He stood on the little stage at the far end of the dining hall, mic in hand, his camp polo tucked into khakis, his smile turned up to 11. "Big news," he said, stretching the words out. "On our final Friday this summer, we're going to have our first ever..." He pivoted slightly and pointed at the sheet they'd hung up behind him, where someone had taped up thick poster board letters the kids had helped color. The paint was still a little streaky, the outlines not quite filled in. "Family Appreciation Night!" The kids reacted to the energy more than the words. They cheered because he sounded like a game show host. Some stood up and whooped, banging plastic cups on the tables. A few older ones rolled their eyes, but even they smiled around their forks. "It's going to be big," Rick went on. "Buffet dinner, special slideshow, some surprises from our campers, and something very special from us to you. Parents, if you're here for visiting day, mark your calendars. It is mandatory attendance for campers and very strongly encouraged for families. Trust me, you don't want to miss this." The words mandatory attendance floated over the room like a harmless cloud. Most of the kids heard buffet and slideshow and surprise, and that was enough. From the back, near the juice dispensers, I could see a cluster of parents who had stayed the week working as volunteers. People who liked being close to their kids, wanted to help with activities. They looked at each other and nodded, mental calendars clicking into place. Plates clattered as lunch resumed. Kids started guessing what the surprise would be. Extra dessert? Fireworks? A talent show just for parents? Rick stepped off the stage, and as he passed the head table where some of the legacy families sat, he paused to clap one dad on the shoulder. I was too far away to hear what he said, but I watched his hand linger there a beat too long, watched his lips form the word appreciate again and again. The rest of the day did its best to smother that moment under routine. Canoes, singing, talent show practice, bug spray, sunscreen. A handful of kids cried at minor injuries and forgot about them 5 minutes later. Somebody lost a flip-flop. 2 others fell in love for the afternoon and broke up before dinner. It wasn't until lights out that things started to tilt. Night had settled heavy on the camp. Heat still radiated off the cabin walls, trapped under the low roof. The smell inside was a mix of sweaty socks, damp towels, and that weird dust lake skin scent kids get when they've been in and out of the water all day. I did the usual rounds. Brush your teeth, seriously. No, you can't have another snack. Yes, spiders exist. No, they will not eat you in your sleep. And finally clicked the main light off. Flashlights flicked on under blankets. Whispers rose like steam. I sat in my usual spot in the doorway, back against the frame, facing the room so I could see everyone at a glance. Outside, the night insects droned. Every now and then, the dock creaked as water shifted underneath it, even though there was no wind. The glow from the nearest lamppost leaked in through the thin curtains, turning the floorboards into dull stripes. "Hey!" Dylan's voice hissed from the right side of the room. "Tell the camp ghost story again." "No," someone else said immediately. "I don't want to think about some dead kid standing at the end of my bed." "That's just from a movie," another voice chimed in. "My cousin said the real story is that a counselor killed a camper and hid the body in the woods, and they never found it." "That's not true," Marcus said from the top bunk nearest the window, the authority in his tone instant. "If someone got killed here, my dad would know. He came here when he was our age. Only thing that happened was that gas thing in the 90s. Gas thing. The phrase worked into my spine like a splinter. Dylan snorted. "Dude, that's worse. Gas thing sounds like a cover-up, like, oh no, it wasn't the demon in the freezer. It was just the gas." "Shut up," someone muttered. "You shut." "Hey," I cut in, keeping my voice low but firm. "Language." They quieted for a second. Then, like they couldn't help themselves, the conversation twisted around the silence and kept going. "You know what I heard?" Dylan said, dropping his voice even lower so I had to lean in just to catch it. "One of the CITs said the metal building behind the kitchen is haunted, like actually haunted." I rolled my eyes, but in a way I hoped he couldn't see. "Who told you that?" "Guy who worked here before," he insisted. Said there used to be an extra cabin back there or something, and a kid went missing. They never found him. Then that building showed up. You do the math. It's just storage, I said. Every camp has one. Extra chairs, old mattresses, that weird foam nobody ever throws away. Trust me, you don't want to see inside. It's just disappointment and spiders. There were a few chuckles, but Dylan wasn't done. I saw Mr. Halpern pushing a cart in there, he went on. Like late, after the last campfire. It had a tarp over it. He looked different. Different how? Marcus asked, and now I could tell he was actually listening. Dylan hesitated, groping around in his memory. I don't know. Tired, I guess. But also, like he didn't want anyone to see him. He jumped when he saw me, then smiled way too big and told me to get back to my cabin. Maybe he didn't want you to get run over by a cart in the dark, I said. Yeah, or maybe he didn't want me to see the bodies, Dylan shot back, clearly enjoying himself. A few kids groaned, told him to shut up, but my hand, resting on my knee, curled a little tighter. I heard something last night too, Zoe said quietly. The cabin went still in that particular way it does when someone calm finally decides to speak. She was lying on her back in the corner bunk, arms folded over her chest, staring up at the ceiling. Her camera was hanging from the bedpost by its strap, the metal catching a sliver of light. From where? Marcus asked. From under the floor, she said. I couldn't sleep. It was really quiet. I heard it under us, like something heavy being dragged. Slow. She paused, and then it stopped, right under my bed. There was a beat of silence. That's just the pipes, somebody muttered, but it sounded more like a question than a statement. Old buildings make noise, I said, because that's what you say. Wood shifts. Animals move around. You've got a whole camp crammed onto this hill. Things are going to creak. I could hear how lame it sounded in my own ears. Dylan rolled onto his stomach, his face near the edge of the bunk. You heard that thing too, though, right? He asked me, when we were down by the dining hall last week. That weird, grinding noise. I remembered the metal cart sound, the clunk against the wall, the shed with the new padlock, the word lower on a red tag. No, I lied. I didn't hear anything. Yeah, well, he said, not buying it. I'm just saying. If this was one of those horror channels, this is the part where the cool counselor says, let's go check it out, and then everyone dies. A ripple of nervous laughter circled the room. Good thing this isn't YouTube, I said. Good thing I like my job. Do you, though? He shot back. You said yesterday you're tired of fake smiling for parents. You literally said that. He wasn't wrong. I had said that. I told another counselor just that afternoon that if I had to stand through one more Parents' Day saying, your kid is such a joy, while their kid tried to stab someone with a spork, I'd quit. Tell you what, Dylan said suddenly, seizing the moment like he'd been waiting for it. If you're really as cool as you act, you'll prove it. Here we go, I muttered, but the corners of my mouth twitched. Prove what? When Family Appreciation Night happens, he said, drawing out the words like they were the title of a horror movie. You skip the boring part with us. We sneak out. You take us to see what's in that metal building. The cabin actually held its breath. Dude, somebody hissed. No way. Why not? Dylan pushed. We'll all be at the dining hall anyway. That's like the perfect distraction. All the adults in one place. We slip out the back, go around, check the door. 2 minutes. In, out. No big deal. You're insane, another kid said, but there was something like fascination in his voice. This is exactly how people die in those stories you listen to, someone else added. Exactly, Dylan said, grinning, which is why it's awesome. He turned his head toward me. I could feel his eyes on me even in the dark. Come on, he said. You said you hate standing around fake smiling. You said you used to do crazier stuff in college. Prove it. Be the cool counselor for once. It was stupid. It was so stupid. I should have shut it down immediately. I should have pulled rank, reminded them I was technically in charge, told them that restricted areas were restricted for a reason, and that sneaking out during a camp-wide event was how kids actually got hurt. Instead, I sat there, the insect drone pressing in from outside, the cabin breathing around me, and thought about what Family Appreciation Night really meant for me. It meant standing in the back of the dining hall in a staff polo, clapping at slideshows, nodding at jokes I'd already heard in staff meetings. It meant small talk with parents who'd look at my name tag and forget it 10 seconds later. It meant watching Rick beam at the donors who'd never know my name either, talking about our team like we were interchangeable, and in the back of my mind, there was that shed, that padlock, that red tag that said lower storage. You don't actually have to be down there the whole time, Dylan said, pushing the knife in with a grin. Just long enough to open a door and prove there's nothing weird, unless you're scared. He dragged out the last word, sing-song, earning a chorus of oohs from the bunks. I'd like to say I was above that kind of bait, that my adult brain overruled the part of me that still wanted to be seen as cool by a bunch of 13-year-olds. It didn't. First of all, I said, buying time, I am extremely cool. Second, I am extremely responsible. Third, if I did something that monumentally dumb, hypothetically, you'd have to promise not to tell anyone. Ever. Especially not Mr. Halpern. So that's a yes, Dylan said triumphantly. That is not what I said, I protested weakly. But in my head, a rough plan was already stitching itself together. Family Appreciation Night, everyone in the dining hall. Electric lights, loud music, slideshow, controlled chaos. If I checked in, made sure my kids were there, smiled for the attendance sheet, I'd be accounted for. Then, need to use the restroom. Step out, circle behind the building. Dylan could fake a stomachache. Marcus could help him. Zoe could slip away in the commotion. 4 shadows peeling off from a crowd and sliding into the dark. 2 minutes. In, out. Show them a room full of boring junk. Kill the rumor. Come back. No harm done. It sounded almost reasonable at 1:30 in the morning, sitting in a hot cabin with the sound of someone's soft snore rising and falling behind me. Go to sleep, I said finally. We'll talk about it if you're not all dead from embarrassment after the talent show. Dylan took that as a win. That's a yes, he whispered. Good night, I said, sharper. They settled. Eventually, the whispers thinned, broke apart, and dissolved into breathing. My own eyes started to drag, the day's weight catching up with me. Outside, the camp sighed and shifted in its sleep. In another story, in another life, I would have forgotten that stupid promise by morning. Instead, it stuck. By the time Final Friday rolled around, those words, Family Appreciation Night, and that dare behind the dining hall were tangled together so tightly that saying no felt less realistic than sneaking 3 kids toward a locked metal door. 3.2. Breaking away from the smiling crowd, approximately 1,250 words. Family Appreciation Night looked beautiful from far enough away. The lake caught the last of the sun like it was trying to pretend nothing ugly had ever touched it. The surface glowed orange, then pink, then that weird, bruised purple that only happens in July when the air is full of humidity and smoke from a dozen grills. Someone had strung white globe lights along the railing of the dining hall porch and through the trees, so the whole area had this warm, fake glow, like a Pinterest board brought to life. They'd pulled out every folding chair in storage, set up long buffet tables with plastic tablecloths flapping gently in the slight breeze. From the speakers mounted on either side of the hall, a country song about remembering summers and loving your truck drifted across the lawn, the bass thumping gently in my chest every time the kick drum hit. Kids swarmed between the adults' legs, their camp t-shirts already stained with barbecue sauce and grass. Parents held up phones, chasing their kids with camera apps open, begging them to just hold still for one nice picture. Every few seconds, a flash would pop in the dimming light, freezing grins and squints mid-mosquito slap. The air smelled like every American cookout mashed together. Charcoal smoke, sweet bottled BBQ sauce, hot dog water, sunscreen, and a faint undercurrent of lake muck. Rick was in his element. He moved through the crowd like a politician at a rally, one hand always extended, always ready to grasp. He shook Dad's hands with both of his own, pumped Mom's arms enthusiastically, crouched down to kid level to ruffle hair and call them champ or superstar. "We're so grateful you're all here," he kept saying over and over. "We couldn't do this without your families. Really, you are the backbone of this place." Every time he said families, his voice hit a different note, like he was tasting the word. His eyes always flicked, just for a fraction of a second, toward the parents whose last names I'd seen with stars next to them on the office whiteboard. The soundscape inside the dining hall built itself layer by layer, the scrape of chairs dragging over the wooden floor as people got up for plates, the clink of forks and knives against cheap plates as they cut into meat that had been sitting in warming trays for an hour. Kids giggled and shrieked, knocking over cups, while the older ones leaned in toward each other and made faces about the slideshow they knew was coming. The PA crackled once, letting out a little squeal of feedback, then settled as someone tested the mic. Laughter washed over it, big and warm. Underneath all of that, now and then, there was another sound, a dull, distant thud, somewhere behind the wall near the kitchen. Not loud enough for anyone to turn and say, "What was that?" Not sharp enough to interrupt the mood, just enough to make something in my stomach turn. It sounded like metal hitting concrete, heavy, controlled, like a cart being pushed, then stopped, then pushed again. I stood near the back doors, technically on duty, holding a clipboard with the attendance list for my cabin. I checked off names as I saw my kids' faces. Dylan grinning with sauce on his chin, shoving an extra cookie into his pocket. Marcus rolling his eyes at his dad's joke but leaning into the hug anyway. Zoe standing slightly behind her parents, camera strap across her shoulder, eyes scanning everything with that watchful, detached curiosity she had. Our eyes met once. She didn't smile. She just lifted her brows a fraction, the tiniest nod, as if to say, "We still doing this?" I gave the slightest nod back. Stupid. So stupid. A counselor from another cabin came over, dressed up in his nice camp shirt, the one that only had one bleach stain. "Hey, can you take my guys' attendance?" he asked, gesturing at his list. "I gotta help set up the projector." "Yeah, no problem," I said automatically, taking the sheet from him. "Bathroom break?" he added, smirking. "Oh, surprised you lasted this long." I shrugged, lifted the clipboard. "Hydration," I said. "All this gratitude is dehydrating." He laughed and moved away. I could feel Rick's presence before I saw him. That big, warm, grateful energy pushed ahead of him like a wave. "You doing okay back here, buddy?" he asked, appearing at my elbow. "All good," I said. "Everybody from my cabin's here." He glanced at my clipboard, nodded approvingly. "Great. Once we get through the first part of the evening, you can relax a little. Tonight's a big night for us." "For the families," I said, because that's what he wanted to hear. "For the families," he echoed. His gaze swept over the room again, drinking them in like a man at an all-you-can-eat buffet. He clapped my shoulder. "If you need a quick break before we get rolling, now's the time. Linda's got us on a tight schedule." I forced a laugh. "Might take you up on that. Bathroom and back." "Don't be long," he said lightly, but there was steel underneath. "You don't want to miss the surprise." I flashed my best responsible counselor smile and slipped through the double doors into the little hallway that led to the restrooms and the side exit. The noise of the dining hall muffled instantly, like someone had thrown a blanket over a speaker. I could still hear the bass line from the music, the rise and fall of laughter, but it was distant now, like a party happening 2 rooms over. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The air here was cooler, tinged with cleanser and whatever weird industrial deodorizer they used in the bathrooms. I ducked into the men's room long enough to make it look plausible if anyone had seen me leave, splashed water on my face, stared at my reflection for a second. "You don't have to do this," I told the mirror. The mirror didn't answer. It just showed me a guy who looked tired and sunburned and younger than he thought he was, with a name tag crooked on his chest and the word counselor staring back at him like an accusation. By the time I stepped back into the hallway, the decision was already made. I pushed open the side door. Outside, the evening light had dropped another few notches. The sky over the lake was now a deep, warm purple, the last streaks of orange sinking below the tree line. The string lights around the dining hall had taken over, casting soft halos on the grass and turning every bug in the air into a tiny, drifting speck of light. From this angle, with the doors closed behind me, the sound of the party was muted even more. Just a muffled thump-thump from the speaker's bass and the occasional rise of voices when the door opened for someone else. Out here, other sounds crept back in. The high whining buzz of flies around the dumpster to my left, the slow drip of something liquid down the side of a trash bag, the distant slap of water against the dock, rhythmic and dull. Dylan, Zoe, and Marcus were exactly where we'd agreed they'd be. They stood in the shadow of the dumpster, half hidden by the big green metal box. From a distance, they just looked like another dark shape in the corner. Up close, I could see how tense they were. Dylan was vibrating, almost literally, peeking around the edge every few seconds like he couldn't believe we were actually doing this. Marcus had his arms folded, trying hard to project nonchalance and not quite managing it. Zoe had her camera, but it hung against her hip, the lens cap on, fingers gripping the strap tight enough to blanch her knuckles. The smell hit me as soon as I stepped closer, the sour reek of food trash that had been sitting in the summer heat all day. Old meat, congealed fat, stale bread, beer breath in a confined metal box. "There he is," Dylan whispered. "I told you he'd come." "You're cutting it close," Marcus said, glancing toward the dining hall. "What if they start the slideshow and your boss notices you're gone?" "He thinks I'm in the bathroom," I said. "We've got a few minutes. We go, we look, we leave. If the door's locked, that's it. We're done. This doesn't turn into some epic dungeon crawl, okay?" Dylan saluted with 2 fingers. "Yes, sir. In and out, totally safe, minimal murder." Zoe's eyes met mine. "You really think it's safe?" she asked quietly. No. Yeah, I lied. It's just storage. You'll see some boring stuff, and then you'll be able to make fun of Dylan for being dramatic for the rest of the summer. She didn't smile, but her grip on the camera strap loosened half an inch. We slipped away from the dumpster, hugging the edge of the building where the shadows were deepest. The ground here was poured concrete, a narrow service path that ran behind the kitchen wing. My boots made soft, scuffing noises as we walked. The kids' sneakers squeaked slightly, rubber on smooth stone. As we got further from the front of the hall, the party sounds faded even more. The laughter, the forks, the chairs, all reduced to a muffled wash of sound, like water running through pipes. I focused on the little details because the bigger picture made my chest tight. The faint black tracks of cartwheels left on the concrete, arcing from the loading bay to the metal shed and back again. A napkin stuck to the ground, dark with grease. A trail of reddish-brown drips coming from a trash can, dried to a dull rust color. The kitchen windows along this side of the building were dark from the outside. The lights inside were on in a way that reflected off the glass, turning them into mirrors. Every time I glanced at one, I caught a ghostly, stretched version of the four of us, elongated across the pane. "There," Marcus whispered, nodding ahead. The metal storage building hunched at the far end of the path, just beyond the loading bay. Up close, it looked even more like an afterthought. A corrugated steel box bolted onto a slab, no windows, no decoration. Just a single, solid door with a thick handle and a padlock hanging from the latch. The lock was new, bright. The brass still shone even in the low light. Someone had taken care to keep it clean, no rust, no fingerprints. I stepped up to it, feeling all three kids crowd in behind me. "Last chance to back out," I said, keeping my voice low. "We walk away right now. We pretend this was too boring to bother with, and we go back inside before anyone misses us. If we go back without even trying, I will literally die of lameness," Dylan whispered. "That's not a real thing," I said. "It is," he insisted. "Ask anyone my age." "Just open it," Marcus said. His voice shook just enough to give him away. Zoe didn't say anything. She just watched, her eyes reflecting the weak security light, camera hanging between her hands like a talisman. I slid my hand into my pocket and closed it around the keyring. Rick had handed it to me earlier that day with a casual, "You're on setup detail for the banners, right? You'll need these for the supply closet. Don't lose them." The ring had felt heavy even then, cold and solid in my palm, like a responsibility I hadn't asked for. I brought it out now, the metal glinting under the light. The keys jingled together in a soft, chiming protest. There were at least a dozen of them. Some I recognized. Cabin keys, the front gate, the equipment shed. Others were more generic. And then there was the one that wasn't generic at all, the key with the red plastic tag. I'd seen the letters on it that night behind the kitchen. I saw them again now, clearer, lower storage. My fingers hesitated there. "Are you sure that one fits?" Zoe asked. "No," I admitted. "Only one way to find out," Dylan breathed. I tried a couple of the more boring-looking keys first, partly because that's the normal thing to do, partly because some part of me still hoped the lock would refuse us. They slid in partway and stuck, or didn't fit at all. When I finally lined up the red-tagged key, the movement felt inevitable. The teeth of it slotted into the padlock's keyway with a faint, unmistakable click, like it had been made for this and nothing else. My hand tightened involuntarily around the ring. For a heartbeat, I thought about just dropping the whole thing, letting the keys clatter to the ground, using the noise as an excuse to jerk back and say, "Nope, sorry, it doesn't work. Guess we tried." Instead, I turned the key. The lock gave way with a soft, internal chunk, the shackle popping up slightly. The sound was quiet, almost polite, but it echoed like a gunshot in my head. I pulled the padlock free and felt the weight of it in my hand. Behind me, I heard one of the kids inhale sharply. "So much for restricted access," Dylan whispered. I swallowed. "Guess we just found out what lower storage really opens," I said. At the time, I thought it meant we'd just gained access to some glorified broom closet, a room full of junk, something we could laugh about later. It didn't occur to me, not fully, that the key with lower storage on it might open more than just the outside door, that we weren't just unlocking a building. We were cracking the lid on everything that had been rotting underneath. 3.3, the first box that broke open, approximately 1,250 words. The metal door to storage, staff only, didn't creak when I pulled it open. I almost wish it had. Creaks are old house scary, Halloween scary. What came out of that doorway wasn't cute, wasn't theatrical. It hit us like a physical thing. The air that spilled out was freezing compared to the heavy summer heat outside. But it wasn't clean cold like a walk-in freezer. It was layered. First was the sharp, chemical sting of bleach, crowding the back of my throat. Under that, a cold meat smell, raw, metallic, dense, and braided through both was something else, something sweet and rotten, like syrup poured over trash, like flowers left in water too long. Zoe put a hand over her nose without meaning to. Dylan coughed once, then tried to turn it into a fake laugh. "Smells like my school cafeteria," he whispered. "Yeah," I said. "If your cafeteria got condemned twice." I swung the door wider and reached in for the light. My fingers brushed a plastic switch on the wall. I flipped it up. Nothing happened. For half a second, the room stayed pitch black. Then the fluorescent tubes overhead tried to come to life. They flickered violently. White, dark, making the shadows jump like they were moving on their own. The buzzing started as a faint hum, then built up into that high electric drone you feel in your fillings. Finally, the lights stabilized. The room was longer than I expected. Maybe 20 feet deep, 10 feet wide. Metal shelving units lined both walls, stretching from the door all the way to the back. A narrow aisle ran down the middle, just wide enough for a cart to roll through. Every shelf was packed, not with labeled organizers or neatly stacked Tupperware. Instead, there were plain cardboard boxes, all roughly the same size, sealed shut with unmarked white tape. No brand names, no logos, just barcodes and numbers written in black marker. Some boxes had dates, some didn't. A few had little tags hanging off the front, but they'd been turned so the writing faced the wall. The floor was concrete, slick-looking but dry. A faint trail of something darker streaked down the middle, like something had been dragged along it more than once. "Well," I said, trying to keep my voice even, keep us anchored in normal. "See? Boring? Probably just old uniforms, decorations, camp junk Rick doesn't want parents to see." My words felt thin and stupid in the air. Dylan stepped in past me, the soles of his sneakers squeaking faintly on the floor. Marcus followed, more slowly. Zoe lingered just inside the door, one hand still on the frame, as if she needed a physical connection to the outside world. "Why is it so cold if it's just junk?" Marcus asked. "Better for storage," I said automatically. "Humidity, mold, mice, Tennessee." It was the kind of thing that sounded logical enough if you didn't think about it. If you did, it just meant they were going through a whole lot of trouble to keep whatever was in here preserved. Dylan drifted toward the right-hand shelf like he was in a grocery aisle, fingers trailing along the nearest boxes. "Don't touch anything," I said, out of habit, out of instinct. "So we came in here to look at boxes and not touch them?" he said. "Lame, counselor." He nudged a box with his knuckles. It didn't budge. He snorted and gave the next one a playful hip check. "Dylan!" I started, sharper. His shoulder bumped a box sitting a little too close to the edge of the shelf. The sound it made when it fell was all wrong. A regular cardboard box full of decorations or towels or paper plates makes a soft thud, a hollow crash. This one hit the concrete with a heavy, wet whoomp, like a sack of meat. The cardboard crumpled on one side. The white tape popped. The bottom split. Something inside shifted and rolled. We all froze as the contents spilled out. For a heartbeat, my brain refused to process what I was seeing. It tried to slap familiar labels on unfamiliar shapes. Masks, it decided first. Halloween masks. The kind you see at spirit stores in October, hanging in rows. That would have been weird, but manageable. Except these weren't clowns or monsters or rubber skulls with glowing eyes. They were faces. They slithered out of the ruptured box in a slow, grotesque tumble. Thin, flesh-colored sheets that flopped onto the floor and folded in on themselves. One landed flat, staring up at us sightlessly. Even without eyes in them, I recognized what they were supposed to be. The features were too detailed. Wrinkles etched into the forehead, fine crow's feet at the corners of where eyes should have been, a spray of freckles across a nose. There were pores, tiny imperfections in the skin texture. The lips had that faint, chapped look. The corners turned up in the ghost of a smile that didn't belong to anyone anymore. Some had the suggestion of facial hair, short, stiff stubble along a jawline, colorless now, but still visible. Others had little wisps of hair at the hairline, short and brittle, like someone had shaved a head and missed a few stray pieces. One of them didn't land flat. It rolled. It toppled out of the box, hit the concrete, and rolled like a deflated balloon until it reached the toe of my boot. The face flipped as it moved, so it ended up with its features pressed into the floor, the backside exposed. The part that would have been against someone's skull. I don't know why I did it. Maybe because the kids were watching. Maybe because part of my brain was still convinced this had to be some high-end special effects gear, some elaborate prank, something explainable. I bent down and picked it up. It was heavier than it looked. Not just silicone thin. There was weight to it. The skin was cool and pliable, but not rubbery. More like something that had once been soft and alive that had been preserved just enough not to rot. My fingertips slid against the inside surface. If it had been a normal mask, the interior would have been smooth, maybe a little tacky, uniform. This wasn't. The inside was rough in patches, like the underside of dried glue or something scraped from a pan. There were places where it felt almost fibrous, like a layer of something stringy had been fused to the silicone. My nails caught for a second on a hard ridge. When I looked, there was a faint dark stain there, sunk into the material. Smell rushed up from it, separate from the general meat cold of the room. A coppery tang, faint but undeniable, like a penny pressed too long against your tongue. Underneath that, the sweet sour reek of old blood. Not fresh, not wet. Just there, held in place. It stuck to my fingers. Even when I tried to shift my grip, it felt like my skin wanted to cling to the inside. like the surface still remembered touching bone. "Dude," Dylan whispered, voice thinner than I'd ever heard it. Is that real?" I didn't answer. My mouth had gone dry. "This is a prop," I said finally, forcing the words out. "Like movie stuff, silicone, special effects. Rick probably rents them out for, I don't know, haunted houses." It sounded ridiculous even as I said it. Zoe made a small, almost inaudible sound. I looked up. She wasn't looking at the mask in my hand. She was looking at the box it had come from. The cardboard on one side had split enough to spill its contents. There were more of them inside, piled haphazardly, cheeks folded over chins. Eye holes collapsed, mouths opened in silent O's. Some were pale, some had darker tones. All of them had that too familiar human detail. Stuck to the inside flap of the box was a small white tag, held in place with a strip of clear tape. Zoe raised a trembling finger and pointed. "Read that," she said. The handwriting on the tag was in blunt, blocky marker, the letters pressed deep enough that the ink had bled slightly. "Spare faces, sponsor tier." The words crawled into my brain and sat there, wrong in every direction. "Spare faces," Dylan repeated, almost inaudible. Like extra parts." "That's not funny," Marcus said. His voice had dropped an octave. "It's not a joke," Zoe whispered. "It's a label." Behind us, the fluorescent lights buzzed louder for a moment, then dimmed around the edges before flaring back to full brightness. The shadows under the shelves deepened, then snapped back. My head felt light, like there wasn't enough oxygen in the room anymore. I put the mask down. I'd like to say I set it gently on the floor out of respect. The truth is, I dropped it because my hand wouldn't hold it anymore. It hit the concrete with a soft, fleshy slap, the features folding in on themselves. For a few endless seconds, none of us moved. That's when the sound came. It didn't come from the shelves, or the hallway, or the door we'd just come through. It came from below. A faint vibration under my boots, then a slow, grinding roll, like a heavy cart, with metal wheels, moving over tile somewhere beneath the concrete we stood on. Wunk, wunk, wunk. The wheel noise dragged, full of resistance, like whatever was being pushed was too heavy. It rolled a few feet, then stopped. Silence. Then another short, grudging roll. I could feel it in my ankles, in my teeth. "Tell me that's the pipes," Marcus said softly, directly behind me. "I don't think pipes roll," Zoe said. The sound stopped. For a moment, there was nothing but the high buzz of the overhead lights and the tight, thin sound of our breathing. Then came a new sound. A metallic clack, sharp and precise, like someone had taken a solid object and tapped it twice against a pipe. Clack, clack. Not random, rhythmic, calling. "Okay," I said, voice too loud in the small space. "We're done. We saw enough. We're going back." Nobody argued, but none of us turned toward the door either. Something had shifted at the far end of the aisle. I don't mean physically. The shelves were the same, the boxes the same, but the space beyond them, the back wall I hadn't bothered to really look at when we first came in, seemed to draw the eye now, like a sore spot. "Do you see that?" Dylan whispered. I followed his gaze. At the end of the aisle, between the last two shelving units, set into the back wall about waist high, was a smaller door. Not a full-sized one, more like a hatch. It was made of metal too, but smoother than the walls around it. A rectangle maybe 3 feet tall, 2 feet wide, with a heavy steel handle and a small circular keyhole beneath it. There were scratches around the edges of the hatch, as if it had been opened and shut many times, tools occasionally bumping it, hands missing the handle in a hurry. Bolted above it was a narrow metal sign. The paint was chipped, but the letters were still clear enough, even from where we stood. Lower storage, authorized only. The words made something behind my eyes throb. "That's where the sound's coming from," Dylan said. He was right. Even in the brief silence, I could feel it. The faintest breath of cold air seeping out around the edges of the hatch. Colder than the room we were in. There was a difference in pressure, like the space behind it was deeper, bigger, hungrier. I stepped forward, as if pulled. "Don't," Zoe said, but she didn't move to stop me. I reached out and wrapped my hand around the steel handle. The metal was painfully cold, like it had been sitting in a block of ice, like it had nothing to do with the July air. The chill jumped straight into the bones of my fingers, up into my wrist. For a heartbeat, I just held it. Then I looked down. Just below the handle was the keyhole, the exact size and shape of the one I'd slid the red-tagged key into on the outer door. My hand, still holding the keyring, tightened. The tag marked "lower storage" swung once, bumping gently against my knuckles. It wasn't just that the key belonged to this room. It belonged to what was under it. 1. The ladder into the cold. Approximately 1,200 words. The hatch did not want to open. The key slid in too easily, like it had been waiting. When I turned it, I felt the internal lock mechanism resist for a heartbeat, then give way with a dull, heavy clunk that vibrated through the metal and into my fingers. For a second, nothing happened. The hatch just sat there in the wall, a rectangle of cold steel with my hand on its handle, and 3 kids holding their breath behind me. Then the seal broke. There was a soft popping sound, like someone pulling tape off skin, and a thin line appeared along the edge of the hatch as it unseated from its frame. That line exhaled. Air hit my face. Up in the storage room, the temperature had already been uncomfortably cold for July. What poured out of that hatch made that room feel like spring. It was freezer cold, sharp, and mean. It wrapped around my head, slipped into my nose and mouth and ears. I tasted it, more than smelled it at first. Metallic, like licking a handful of pennies, and chemical, the sting of heavy cleaner. Then the other layers came in. Under the bleach, under the industrial chill, there was the thick, slick smell of raw meat. Not the kind you get from a packaged steak at the supermarket. This was broader, heavier, full-bodied. It had that copper edge of blood, the flat, fat smell of flesh that had been hanging for a while. And under even that, faint but unmistakable, was something sweet and spoiled, like fruit rotting in a drain. Sugar and garbage. I gagged, swallowing it back. "Don't breathe through your nose," I said, voice smaller than I meant it to be. "Too late," Dylan muttered weakly. I pulled the hatch open the rest of the way. The hinges were well oiled. No dramatic creak, just a smooth swing. They'd taken care of this door. They used it often. Behind it, instead of another storage room, there was a vertical shaft, a square opening, just big enough for a person to climb through. The floor ended abruptly, and then dropped away into white-blue light. A metal ladder was bolted into the wall, rungs disappearing down into the bright. From somewhere below came the steady, low hum of compressors, several of them layered over each other. The sound rose up through the shaft in a warm column of vibration. The light down there flickered once, then steadied. It was that same buzzing fluorescent hue, only colder. It made the metal around the opening look almost blue. "I'm not going down there," Marcus said immediately. "Me neither," Zoe said, which honestly was the only sane response. I should have slammed the hatch shut. I should have marched them back out, locked the door, pretended we'd never seen any of it, then called the police from the first payphone I could find as soon as my shift ended. Instead, I stared down into that white glow and thought of all the little nothings that had stacked up to get us here. White boxes, prime cuts, spare faces, donor tears, the way the ground had vibrated under my boots. Something in me needed to see what was at the bottom. Needed it in the way you need to look at an oncoming car to be sure it's really swerving, not just your imagination. "You three stay here," I said, "right here. Do not follow me, I mean it." "Yeah, that's not going to happen," Dylan said, his voice higher than usual. "I'm serious," I snapped. "If I tell your parents I took you into a restricted area, that's bad. If I tell them I took you into a restricted area under the restricted area, that's worse. Just let me go down, look, and come back. If it's nothing, we leave. If it's something, we leave faster." "How long?" Zoe asked quietly. "I don't know," I said. 2 minutes. If I'm not back in 2 minutes, go upstairs, close the door, lock it, and go find another counselor. Not Rick. Anyone else." They didn't like that answer. I didn't like that answer, but it was all I had. I swung my legs into the opening and felt for the first rung with my boot. It was steel, the kind with ridges pressed into it so your foot doesn't slip. It was so cold it burned through the sole of my shoe. I gripped the side rails. They felt like someone had stored them in liquid nitrogen. My hands went numb almost instantly, skin squeaking on metal. I lowered myself in. The storage room fell away behind me. My field of vision narrowed to the ladder and the glowing floor below. Dylan's face appeared briefly at the edge of the hatch, pale in the fluorescent light. Then he disappeared from my view as I went down. Each footstep on the rungs made a loud, hollow clang that echoed up and down the shaft. There was no sneaking down here. The sound set my teeth on edge. With every rung, the noise from upstairs, laughter, forks, the dull bass of country music, faded another degree. It wasn't like turning down a volume knob. It was more like being submerged. The human sounds were above me, muffled by layers of concrete and insulation. What rose up to replace them was mechanical. The compressor's hum got stronger as I went deeper. Beneath it, every so often, I heard a low thump. Not loud, just heavy, like a large object being shifted, or something hitting metal and then going still. Halfway down, the smell thickened. The bleach thinned out, or my nose adapted. What came through more clearly was the blood. Even in the icy air, it had a weight. There was salt in it. Iron. The sweet rot that comes when something has been half cleaned, but not forgotten. My stomach rolled. I swallowed hard and kept going. The light resolved into fixtures as I got closer. A row of fluorescent tubes bolted to a low ceiling. The ladder ended on a small raised platform. The floor beyond it was metal plating, slightly textured, like the bed of a truck. It shone dully in the bluish light. I stepped off the last rung and turned around. The room beyond the platform took a second to assemble itself in my brain. At first, it looked like a butcher's cold room. Wide, low, walls lined with metal panels. The ceiling was even lower than I'd thought, maybe 7 feet tops. The entire thing felt compressed, like someone had taken a normal-sized room and squeezed it. Running along the ceiling, bolted into the metal, were steel tracks. overhead rails that branched and curved, forming a grid. Suspended from those rails at regular intervals were hooks, big ones, thick stainless steel hooks attached to short chains and sliding hangers. From each hook, something hung. The shapes were bulky, wrapped tight in clear plastic sheeting, knotted at the top around the metal. They swung slightly in the cold air column, bumping each other now and then with soft, sticky whispers of nylon. At first, my brain tried to label them as sides of beef. That would have made sense with what my nose was telling me. Meat wrapped to prevent freezer burn, hanging in inventory. Then my eyes caught up. The forms weren't uniform. They weren't symmetrical like carcasses. Some were short and thick, others longer, thinner. The outlines underneath the stretched plastic were wrong. Where you'd expect the curve of a rib cage and a haunch, there were elbows jutting, shoulders humped, knees pressing sharp angles against the wrap. One hanging shape had a bare foot pressed flat against the inside of the plastic. The toes splayed. Toenails still painted a chipped coral pink. Another had what was unmistakably a hand. Fingers curled slightly, palm flattened, as if it had once been reaching. My vision tunneled. Sound dulled. The compressor's hum dropped to a distant ocean roar in my ears. I took a step forward anyway, like my body was being remote controlled. The closest form was hanging at about my eye level, wrapped so tightly that the plastic had suctioned into every hollow. Beneath it, you could see the outline of a torso, not cut clean like a butcher's work, abruptly ended. The neck stump bulged at the top, the head gone. The arms were gone too. The plastic cinched where the shoulders should have been. The hips tapered down into another rough end where thighs had been cut. Trapped against the plastic, near what had once been a chest, was a piece of fabric. A shred of a shirt, bright blue with a little embroidered logo I recognized. A camp logo. My camp logo. I looked at another bundle. This one had more clothing trapped inside. A floral dress, bunched and twisted, the pattern distorted, but still visible through the cloudy film. A portion of skin was caught where the plastic had stuck. I could see the faint ink of a tattoo, black lines forming the top of a bird's wing, the rest buried in the folds. The plastic around all of them was cloudy, smeared from the inside. In places, condensation had formed, tiny droplets of liquid running down and collecting at the lowest points before dropping one by one to the floor. Drip, drip, drip. The sound was gentle, almost delicate, at odds with what it meant. Each drop hit the metal with a tiny, precise tick, leaving behind small, dark puddles that spread slowly and never froze. There were labels on the chains. Each hanging unit had a strip of masking tape wrapped around the stem of the hook, just above the knot of plastic. Names weren't written there, not that I could see from here. Instead, there were categories. I stepped closer to one and squinted at the marker. Legacy donor, 2 adults, the next one over. Returning family, 1 adult, 2 child. Another, sponsor, hold for later. My throat closed. There was nothing neat about the way they'd been arranged. It wasn't alphabetical, wasn't by size. It was inventory, hung where there was room, logged by value. I turned slowly, taking in the rest of the room. Row after row of human shapes, hanging from meat hooks, swaying gently, making the plastic whisper against itself. The condensation and the slow leaks had left faint streaks on the metal walls. Here and there, a drop of something darker had dried on the floor and been mostly scrubbed away, leaving a stain like a shadow. The air was full of small noises, the buzz of the fluorescents, a constant high pressure behind my eyes. the rhythmic thrum of the compressors throbbing through the walls, the occasional creak of the overhead rails as the weight shifted, and always, the soft drip of whatever was still finding its way out of the plastic. Drip, tick, drip, tick. I realized distantly that my hands were shaking. I was gripping the key ring so hard, the edges of the keys were cutting into my palm. My breaths came in little white puffs in the cold. There were dozens of them, maybe more. It felt like standing in the middle of a walk-in morgue designed by someone who had only ever seen slaughterhouses and Pinterest wedding boards. Industrial murder with a veneer of organization. Up above, somewhere far beyond the ceiling, people were eating. They were laughing, clinking forks against plates, talking about school and sports and summer and how much their kids had grown. They were smiling at slides of themselves on the wall, toasting to family, scraping meat off their plates with the same casual carelessness as any other Friday night. Down here, under their feet, the air tasted like the truth: salt, steel, bleach, and blood. 4.2. The shape between the hanging bags. Approximately 1,200 words. I do not remember deciding to let the kids come down. 1 second I was saying, "Stay up there, don't move," and the next I heard the clang of sneakers on rungs above me. When I turned, all three of them were already halfway down the ladder, faces washed out in the fluorescent light. Dylan hopped off the bottom rung like he was arriving at the set of some horror movie he'd been begging to be in. He took 2 steps forward, opened his mouth to crack a joke, and then he saw what I was looking at. "Holy shit," he whispered. It came out thin, cracked. Not the performative holy shit of a kid seeing a good jump scare in a movie, but something smaller and more naked. His eyes went wide, pupils blown. I watched the color drain out of his face, watched him take half a step back and then stop like his body didn't know which direction was safe. "Holy shit," he said again. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy. The words stuck on repeat, like a skipping record. Zoe climbed down slower. When her feet hit the platform, she didn't move. Her hands were still on the rails, knuckles white around the metal. She didn't make a sound. Her eyes did something worse than widen. They went flat, like a camera lens adjusting to too much light. Tears welled but didn't fall. Her mouth opened once, closed, like she was trying to swallow something too big. Marcus came last. He was always trying to look older than he was, always leaning on things, acting unimpressed. Down here, that evaporated. He stepped off the ladder, saw the first plastic-wrapped form with the bare foot pressed against it, and just stopped. He didn't swear. He didn't cry. He just stood there with his jaw clenched, chest moving too fast. Like if he didn't move, maybe he wouldn't exist in the same space as this. "I told you to stay up there," I said, but my voice sounded wrong to my own ears, thin and far away. Nobody answered. The air felt thicker now that the 4 of us were breathing it. Every inhale scraped my throat. My tongue felt coated in something. I realized, distantly, that I had my mouth open, sucking in air, and every breath made the taste worse. It was like my mouth was full of pennies, that sharp, metallic tang, mixed with the chemical sting of cleaner and the meat-fat weight of cold blood. The kind of taste you get when you bite your cheek so hard you draw blood, multiplied by 100 and smeared over every surface inside my mouth. I swallowed, and it didn't go away. It clung. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my gums. My hands had stopped shaking and gone past that into a deeper kind of numb. like someone had packed my arms in ice from the elbows down. Every instinct I had was screaming, run, yell, do something. But my throat had tightened to the point that sound didn't want to come out. It felt like my vocal cords had been dipped in the same ice that coated the ladder. Above us, faint through layers of flooring and insulation, the muffled echo of the dining hall drifted down. One big, distant noise, impossible to pull apart. Laughter, music, forks, lives continuing. Down here, nothing human was supposed to be making sound. Then the lights flickered. It started with a little hiccup in the fluorescence, a momentary dip in brightness, the buzz changing pitch. That happens in old buildings all the time. You tell yourself that. You tell yourself it's the ballast, the wiring, the weather. But they didn't just flicker once. They started a pattern. Bright, dim, dark, bright, brighter. The entire room shuddered with it. Every plastic-wrapped shape caught the change, shadows crawling over them in slow, jittering waves. The condensation on the inside of the bags flashed silver, then gray, then silver again. The compressor's hum hiccuped too, dipping for a breath, muffled, then roaring back, like the room itself was trying to breathe through a straw. In one of those dim drops, my eyes swept the rows and saw only plastic and hooks and labels. In the next surge back to full brightness, there was something else. Between two bundles hanging near the center of the room, where a gap had been before, a tall shape stood. It was too thin in the wrong places. The shoulders were narrow, the chest flat. It wore a white apron like Linda's, the kind that tied around the waist and hung down mid-thigh. Only this one wasn't white. It was white under the streaks and smears of red-brown that soaked the front. The stains ran in sets, splashes, drips, hand-shaped smudges, the ragged curve of something that could have been a palm dragged down in a straight line. The figure's arms hung loose at its sides, hands lost in the space between it and the plastic-wrapped bodies. It was facing us. For a heartbeat, my brain tried to put Rick's face there. Beer belly removed, sure, but the posture, the apron, the height, it fit. It wanted to be him. But the thing's head wasn't right. It was wearing one of the silicone faces. You could see the seam where the rubber-thin edge of it met something beneath. The eye holes were empty, but there was a darker shape behind them, recessed too far back. The mouth was parted in that faint, polite, almost smile, but the line of it trembled, as if someone underneath was trying to move lips that weren't theirs. It looked, for that one flash, like the mask had been pulled on too slowly, like it had dragged something with it. I didn't breathe. I know that because my lungs hurt when the lights flickered again. Bright, dim, dark for a fraction too long. In that tiny stub of black, I heard the plastic bags rustle, a soft cascade of shushing sounds as they brushed against each other, like something slipping between them. When the tubes flared back to full brightness, the figure was gone. The space between the bags was empty again, just hanging shapes and labels and the slow drip of whatever was left of their contents. But one of the plastic bundles near where it had stood was still swaying. Not the gentle shift of airflow from compressors, not the tiny bump of one bag tapping another. This one swung with weight, the kind of swing you get when someone has just pushed past, shoulder knocking into it. The chain above it creaked, a soft, complaining metal sound. That broke something in Dylan. "Holy shit," he said again, voice high and thin now. "Holy shit, did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see?" "Stop!" I snapped, more harshly than I meant to. "Stop talking!" He clamped his mouth shut so fast his teeth clicked. A small object bounced off the metal floor near my boot, rolling in a fast, tight circle before coming to rest against my foot. The sound was strangely loud in the room. A plastic thud, a skitter, a hollow stop. I looked down. It was a baseball cap, camp issue. Faded navy cotton, curved brim, sweat stains darkening the band. The Whispering Pines logo was embroidered on the front, the pine trees stitched in thread that had come loose in one corner. I recognized it. Not just the design, the exact hat. I'd seen it on Rick's head almost every morning of the summer, shading his eyes as he made announcements, as he pretended to salute the flag, as he walked the line of parents saying, "We're so grateful," over and over. It lay upside down at my feet, brim bent, like it had been jostled off someone's head and knocked free. Against my better judgment, I picked it up. The inside brim had a name stitched in with different thread, like someone had taken it to a tailor or done it by hand. Rick, every letter neat, every loop tight. I realized, with a calm that didn't match the panic in my body, that our funny, beer-bellied camp director spent a lot of time down here. All those late nights handling inventory, the apron, the metal carts, the padlocks, and he never smelled like bleach. The room felt smaller. I became aware of a new sound, one that had been there the whole time, buried under the hum of the machinery and the drip of the bags, and now chose that moment to step forward. From the far end of the cold room, past the last row of hanging forms, something was tapping. We hadn't noticed the door at first, because it blended into the metal wall. But now, squinting through the rows, I could see it. A larger, square door, flush with the wall, with a thick, insulated frame and a heavy handle. A proper walk-in freezer door, separate from whatever this room already was. The tapping came from inside it. Clack, pause, clack, clack. The sound was sharp, bone on metal, not knuckles, not a tool. It had that brittle, hollow quality, like someone picking up a femur and using it as a drumstick on steel. Then the pattern changed. A longer drag, a low, grinding scrape that made my molars ache. Scrap. Like something hard and dense was being pulled across tile, not in a straight line. A little, then stop. A little more. Stop. Approaching a door 1 inch at a time. We stared at that section of wall. Between us and it, the hanging bags swayed gently, their movements out of sync, plastic whispering. The labels on their hooks spun a little, marker letters smearing into pale stripes as they turned. Legacy, family, sponsor. The tapping resumed. Clack, clack, clack. The freezer door shivered once in its frame, a tiny movement, barely visible. The handle didn't turn, but something hit it from the other side with just enough force to make it twitch. "Someone's in there," Zoe said. Her voice was barely more than air, but it still managed to sound like a verdict. My brain scrambled for rational explanations and came up with nothing that fit. A trapped camper? A parent? A staff member? Anyone alive locked in there would have been pounding, screaming. This was smaller, intentional, measured, like they were testing the door or keeping time. Dylan took a step closer to me until his sleeve brushed mine. "We have to go," Marcus said. It came out as a hiss between his teeth. "We have to go now. We have to tell someone. We have to..." "Who?" I snapped, the word sharper than I intended. "Who do we tell?" "Hey, Mr. Halpern, we found your human meat locker?" "Police," Zoe said. Her eyes were locked on the freezer door. Her fingers dug into the camera strap so hard, the leather creaked. "We go upstairs," she continued, voice shaking but steady in its logic. "We call 911. We get the parents out. She cut herself off. because we all realized at the same time what was happening above us. The muffled noise of the dining hall was still there, pulsing through the ceiling. The laughter, the clink of forks, the occasional burst of louder music when someone opened a door. The rhythm of a big room full of people clustered together, eating from shared trays. All the parents were up there. All the kids who weren't in this room with me. We were underneath them, standing in the aftermath of other families that had been turned into inventory. Under a door that connected to a ladder that connected to a shed, that connected to a kitchen, that connected to a dining hall full of meat with names and faces and credit scores. I looked at my watch. The cheap digital numbers glowed faintly green in the cold light. 7:48 p.m. We'd been gone from the dining hall maybe 15 minutes. Long enough for them to finish the first round of dinner. Long enough for Rick to start the slideshow. Long enough for him to stand at the front of the room and say, "We have a special surprise for you tonight," while every exit was politely closed. Long enough for us to be exactly where we would be least useful when anything started. Somewhere above us, someone laughed at a joke about camp food. Down here, the freezer door shook once more. Clack, scrape. Something on the other side knew we were here. 4.3, the door that wouldn't open all the way. Approximately 1,200 words. There was a moment, standing in that room full of hanging bags and humming compressors, when I honestly thought about just staying there. Not because I wanted to, because my brain could not picture anything worse than what I was already looking at, and it decided, in some dumb survival corner, that climbing back up into the world where this was connected to real people I knew might break me in a way that couldn't be fixed. Then something hit the inside of the walk-in freezer door again. Clack. The sound went through my teeth. "We need to get back up and get everyone out," I heard myself say. My voice didn't sound like mine. It sounded like someone doing a bad impression of me over a bad connection. Now. Right now. I grabbed Zoe's wrist without thinking, like she was the one most likely to bolt toward the sound instead of away from it. Her skin was ice cold. She didn't pull away. "Go," Marcus said, his voice cracked. "Just go." We moved as one ugly, stumbling unit toward the ladder. The room seemed to narrow around us, the hanging shapes leaning in. The plastic whispered as we brushed too close. Shh, like hands running over raincoats. One of the labels spun as we passed, the words "returning family" smearing as the tape rotated. I did not look up. I did not look back at the freezer door. I shoved the kids toward the ladder, practically pushing Dylan's foot onto the first rung. The ladder sang as we climbed, all four of us on it at once, hands and feet hitting metal rungs in a ragged rhythm. Clang, clank, clang, the sound ricocheting up and down the shaft. The metal vibrated with every movement, humming under my palms. My shoulders burned. My lungs burned worse. Halfway up, the temperature shifted. The air stopped feeling like needles and went back to just being cold. The smell changed too. The blood and bleach fading, replaced by the milder rot of cardboard and dust and whatever chemical they used on the storage room floor. Above us, the square of the hatch glowed with brighter light. It looked, for one stupid second, like the opening to the world's worst hospital operating room. Dylan made it up first, scrambling onto the storage room floor and spinning around like he expected something to grab his ankles. He reached down and grabbed Zoe's hand to haul her up. Marcus came next, fingers slipping, breath coming in short gasps. I was last out. I pulled myself through, shoved the hatch down without bothering with the latch, and staggered to my feet. The overhead fluorescence in the upper storage room looked almost warm compared to the light below. Their buzz felt like normal building noise instead of a migraine. "We're leaving," I said. "Don't touch anything. Don't look at anything. Just go." Nobody argued. We hurried down the narrow aisle between the shelves, past the box of spare faces, sponsor tier. One of the silicone masks still lay where I'd dropped it. I stepped over it like it was a live wire. The storage, staff-only door was still open to the outside. I hit it with my shoulder harder than I meant to. It flew outward, banging against the exterior wall. The air outside slapped us in the face. It was hot and thick and full of summer again, and for half a second, that alone almost knocked me over. My body had gotten used to cold panic. The heat felt wrong. The string lights around the dining hall were still on, glowing soft yellow along the porch rail and up into the trees. They traced the outline of the building, twinkled over the grass, reflected in the dark mirror of the lake. But the sound was gone. No music, no thump of country bass, no clatter of silverware, no murmur of 100 conversations layered over each other. The night felt hollow, like the camp had inhaled and forgotten how to breathe out. The lawn in front of the dining hall, where parents had been standing in clumps and kids had been racing around 20 minutes ago, was empty. No one pacing while they took a phone call. No one sneaking a cigarette where they thought staff couldn't see. No one heading to the bathrooms with a kid half asleep on their shoulder. Just grass. Just a couple of abandoned paper plates turned over, edges curling. "Where is everybody?" Marcus whispered. "They're inside," I said. I don't know how I knew, but I did. "We have to get in there." I forced my legs to move. We cut across the back lawn and hugged the side of the building, heading for the kitchen entrance. The world felt narrowed down to straight lines. Storage door to kitchen door to dining hall door to whatever was waiting beyond. The kitchen door wasn't locked. It never really was. Staff came and went constantly. I grabbed the handle, felt the cool metal against my palm, and pushed. It swung inward with a soft whoosh. The light inside was wrong. The overhead fluorescents were off. Instead, the room glowed in pulses of dim red, coming from the emergency exit signs and a couple of small battery-backed fixtures over the doors. The effect made the whole kitchen look like a dark room or a horror movie set. Shadows deep and edges sharp. The usual kitchen noise. The radio Linda kept tuned low to some classic rock station. The clatter of pans, the tick of the big wall clock, was absent. The only sound was the steady, distant rumble of the walk-in freezer compressor. Muted compared to the monster downstairs, but still there. The floor was the first thing that really registered. The linoleum that had been off-white that afternoon was smeared now with dull, watery red, a wide puddle stretching across the middle of the room. The liquid wasn't bright like fresh blood. It was thinner, streaked in places where someone had slipped or been dragged. In the center of that puddle lay a pair of scissors. Big kitchen-grade scissors, the kind used for cutting twine or bags. One handle black plastic, one metal where the coating had chipped off. They were half open, one blade resting in the red. A slow, lazily drifting swirl of color curled around them whenever the air conditioning kicked on. A streak ran out from the puddle. It was a drag mark, obvious once you saw it. A darker path where something heavier than a smear had been pulled. It cut a line from the center of the room toward the double doors that led into the dining hall. Along the way, it bumped into a dropped ladle, a crumpled napkin, a single white sneaker with no foot in it. "Do not look at the walls," I told the kids, even though some part of me knew that saying that guaranteed they would. I stepped carefully, trying to avoid the slickest patches, following the drag trail. The freezer hum behind me sounded almost apologetic. The double doors to the dining hall loomed ahead. They were the same doors I'd walked through 100 times. 2 big rectangles of painted wood with narrow vertical windows, the kind with wired glass. Each door had a horizontal metal push bar, shiny from years of hands. The windows were dark. No flicker of slideshow. No movement. I reached out and put my palm on the bar. The metal was cold. Not freezer cold, not like downstairs, but colder than it had any right to be after an evening of sweaty people pushing in and out. My hand stuck for a heartbeat, skin squeaking. Behind me, I could hear the kids breathing. Dylan was sucking air in too fast. Marcus was trying to be silent and failing. Zoe wasn't making any sound at all, which scared me more. "Stay right behind me," I said. "Don't run. Don't touch anything unless I tell you." I pushed. The door moved an inch, then another, then stopped halfway through its swing. It didn't hit anything solid like a wall or a chair. It hit something that gave, then resisted. Something soft, dense. Something that compressed and then pushed back. The metal bar vibrated under my hand. The gap between the doors and the frame was maybe 6 inches wide now. Just enough for smell to roar through. It wasn't just blood. Blood was part of it, sharp and metallic. The penny mouth smell multiplied by 1,000. But there was also sweat, hot and sour, stale perfume, sickly sweet. The unmistakable sting of urine, sharp and acrid. Underneath it all, the faint tang of cleaner that had lost the battle. It hit me like someone had shoved a rag soaked in it over my face. My stomach lurched. I heard one of the kids gag behind me. Somewhere far away, in the part of my brain that was already recounting this to a stranger later. I imagined this moment as audio. A YouTube horror narrator pausing, the mic picking up the faint hiss of their breath. The ghost of wind across the microphone filling the silence while the listener leaned in, waiting for what came next. Down here, in the actual moment, there was no cinematic pause. There was just me, my shoulder pressed to the door, my hand on the bar, and the knowledge that whatever was on the other side of that soft resistance was the answer to every wrong smell and sound we'd clocked all summer. I braced my feet, put my weight into my shoulder, and pushed again. The door pressed into whatever was behind it. For half a second, it didn't move, like I was trying to shove a mattress that had been nailed to the floor. Then something shifted. There was a noise I will never stop hearing in my sleep, a wet, dragging rip, like Velcro made of meat. Slurk. Whatever was blocking the door slid along the floor a few inches. I felt it through the bar. The door jumped a little, then swung farther open, the resistance lessening as the weight behind it started to move. I pushed harder. The door popped past the worst of it and swung out to its full range, the hinge squealing for the first time I'd ever heard. The dining hall revealed itself all at once. For a heartbeat, my brain refused to match it with what I remembered from half an hour ago. Long tables, smiling parents, kids with mustard on their faces, camp banners on the walls. Now the tables were on their sides. Some flipped entirely, legs twisted, benches overturned, plates lay everywhere, some shattered, some whole, food smeared across the floor. Cups had spilled rivers that had been swallowed by something else. Blood. There was so much blood that my eyes couldn't find edges at first. It was on the floor, in wide, slick swaths, in smaller puddles, sprayed up onto the table legs. It had soaked into the wood where it could, pooled on the varnish where it couldn't, gathered in low spots. Bodies were piled under the tables, not laid out, not arranged, piled. parents, campers, counselors, all jumbled together where they'd been shoved, dragged, thrown, arms bent at wrong angles, legs twisted, bodies half under benches, half out. A few still wore their napkins tucked into collars. A woman in a sundress lay with her back against a table leg, head rolled to one side. Her neck was a ruin. Her eyes were open, staring at the underside of the table as if still searching for her kid's dropped fork. A teen counselor I recognized from the waterfront was folded over himself near the aisle, arms crushed under other bodies. His head was turned too far, the neck obviously broken, his mouth open in an O that might have been a shout or a sob or nothing at all. A little boy's sneaker stuck out from under a bench, cartoon character on the side scuffed, socks soaked up to the ankle in red. Above the chaos, the ceiling hooks swayed. They were the same hooks they'd used all summer to hang decorations. Balloons, banners, cheap plastic lanterns. Now they held other things. From some of them dangled arms, stripped of sleeves, fingers curled limp, swinging slowly. Others held legs, cut at mid-thigh, socks still on. One hook near the center bore part of a spine, 3 vertebrae still connected, dangling like some obscene wind chime. They moved gently in the air conditioning, bumping each other with soft, nauseating taps. On the far wall, near the windows that looked out over the lake, long scratches scored the wood paneling. 4 parallel gouges, deep enough to show raw wood. In some places, fingernails had broken off and stayed, little pale crescents embedded in the grooves, edges dark with trapped blood. The slideshow projector was still on. It had frozen on a single image, the one of the dock at sunset, kids raising their arms, silhouettes black against the water. The picture was tilted now, the tripod askew. The warm, nostalgic glow of it washed over a section of the wall spattered with blood. No one was screaming. No one was moving. The only sounds were the low sigh of the air conditioning, the distant hum of the freezer, and the tiny random noises of gravity finishing its work. A fork slipping from a dead hand, a chair settling, a droplet falling from a hook to the floor with a small, obscene tick. Behind me, Dylan made a noise that was somewhere between a sob and a curse. Marcus whispered "no" over and over. Zoe made nothing. Her hand tightened so hard on my wrist that I felt it through my bones. The whole room looked like a buffet that had already been picked clean, except we were the only ones left standing. 5.1, no one left to scream. Approximately 1,200 words. I do not remember walking into the room. 1 second I was behind the door, shoving my shoulder into something soft and heavy, smelling metal and piss and fear, and the next I was standing just inside the threshold of the dining hall, my shoes already sticky. Behind me, the kids froze like they'd hit an invisible wall. Dylan was the first to shatter. He made a sound that started like a word and broke halfway through, a high, jagged syllable that ripped up his throat and turned into a full-body scream. Not the kind you hear from kids on roller coasters or in haunted houses. This was animal. No shape, just volume and pain. "Holy," he tried. And then the rest of it burned itself out in noise. Zoe folded in on herself. She grabbed my arm with both hands, fingers digging into my bicep hard enough to hurt. Her shoulders hitched. Her chest heaved. Her mouth was open like she was sobbing, but nothing came out. No tears, no sound. Just this horrible, silent convulsion, like her body was trying to cry and had forgotten how. Marcus made it 2 steps in before his stomach gave up. He lurched sideways toward an overturned bench and doubled over. The retching was loud in the weird quiet, wet and violent. A thin stream of vomit hit the blood-slick floor, swirled and spread, a pale streak on top of the dark. I kept telling myself not to look too closely. Don't give the faces names. Don't make connections. Just register bodies as shapes, color, mass. That's what I'd done downstairs. Eyes at chest level, tracking labels instead of features. It didn't work here. Here, every single mess on the floor had a context my brain already knew. I saw the woman who'd slipped me a folded 20 for snacks last week when she dropped her son off late. She'd smiled at me, said, "Counselors don't get paid enough," and laughed like we were in on a shared joke. Now her body was half under a table, the upper half twisted, one arm caught on a chair leg. The front of her blouse was ripped open. The inside of her chest looked like someone had been elbow deep in it and then gotten bored halfway through. Something pale and looped spilled out onto the floor, slick as pasta in red sauce. A little further in, I recognized another counselor. She'd been the one I'd harbored a quiet, stupid crush on since week 1. Dark hair in a messy bun, chipped black nail polish. The kind of girl who made even kitchen duty look like a music video. We'd shared smokes behind the bathhouse sometimes, trading stories about useless degrees and bad dates, laughing too loud. She lay on her back now between 2 knocked-over chairs, half of her under an older man whose face I didn't want to see. Her camp t-shirt was soaked through, clinging to ribs that jutted in ways bones aren't meant to. From just below the sternum down, she was open, organs spread and smeared, like someone had been sorting through her to see what was worth keeping. Her eyes were still open. They were pointed up at the ceiling hooks, as if she'd been watching something up there when her neck snapped. I forced my gaze away and found more people I knew without meaning to. A dad who'd spent the afternoon of the talent show helping kids tune guitars, now slumped against a wall, skull caved in on one side. The shy kid from my cabin who'd finally sung in front of the group last night, now only recognizable by his neon green shoelaces sticking out from under a pile of limbs. Every single one of them was another nail in whatever coffin my brain was building around the word normal. The worst part wasn't how they looked, it was how they sounded. They didn't. There were no moans, no cries for help, no ragged breathing from someone who might still be pulling air through punctured lungs, no frantic scraping of chairs, no shuffling, no footsteps. Just a mechanical undercurrent. The low hum of the AC, the faint rattle of the projector fan, the buzz of the overhead lights, and the dripping. Up on the ceiling, the same hooks that had held balloons and streamers last week now held pieces of people. An arm, stripped of shirt, dangled from one, fingers lax, wedding ring still on. A section of leg hung from another, sock rolled down, a bruise blossoming just above where it had been hacked off. The piece of spine I'd seen from the doorway swung lazily on its chain, vertebrae clicking softly against the metal when the air moved. From some of those pieces, thin streams of blood still ran. They dripped from fingertips, from the end of a bone, from a torn piece of flesh, fell through the stale air, and hit the tables and chairs and floor below with tiny rhythmic sounds. Tick, tick, tick. Little metronomes of horror, keeping time for a room where time shouldn't still be moving. The kids' voices died eventually, drowned in shock. Dylan's scream broke into hiccuping breaths. Marcus wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, smearing bile and red together. Zoe's fingers loosened on my arm, then tightened again, like she'd remembered she was supposed to be holding on. My brain did something awful then. It started cataloging. It checked off kids from my cabin. I saw shoes, shirt colors, familiar braids. I tried not to count. It checked off adults. I saw the counselor from archery, the guy who ran the climbing wall, the nurse who'd patched up skinned knees with superhero bandages. I saw Linda, or what was left of her, near the serving line. White apron drenched. Her body splayed in a way that said she hadn't just fallen. She'd been dropped. One part of me latched onto the absence. I didn't see Rick. The thought skittered in, small and bright and poisonous. If he's not here, another part of me argued back, that doesn't mean anything good. Something above us moved. Not much, just enough. One of the hooks near the center of the room gave a little jerk. An arm hanging from it swung wider, fingers flaring as if catching a stray breeze. It bumped into the section of spine next to it, making a hollow clack. A second later, something heavier dislodged from somewhere I hadn't seen. It happened fast. A shadow shifted directly above one of the overturned tables. There was a short sliding sound, a wet skid, and then a head dropped from the ceiling. It fell maybe 6 feet, hit the stainless steel surface of a serving table with a sharp, ringing clang that cut through everything. The sound was wrong for what it was. Too metallic, too clean, but the impact was real enough. The head bounced once. The jaw snapped shut from the force. Then it rolled. It spun across the table, then dropped off the edge and hit the floor near my feet, rolling in a tight circle like a toy whose wind-up spring had just unwound. Blood smeared in a half-moon around it. It came to rest against the toe of my shoe, face turned up. The lower lip was missing on one side, torn away, exposing a slick curve of gum and the roots of teeth. One cheek was split, grinning in a way no one ever should. The eyes were open. They weren't the blank, milky white you see in movies. They were still reasonably clear, pupils slightly blown, irises muddied. They were pointed just enough in my direction that my brain picked up the lie. It was looking at me. It wasn't. It couldn't be. The optic nerve was severed, the brain no longer telling anything to move. But everything in me recoiled like I'd been caught doing something wrong. "Stop looking at me," I whispered, and didn't realize I'd said it out loud until Dylan flinched. I stepped back, shoe sliding in the mess, almost losing my balance. I caught myself on a table edge. The metal was slick. "We're gonna die," Marcus said. He didn't shout it. He stated it, flat, like he'd realized something obvious and was just annoyed he'd been late to it. "No," I snapped, out of reflex more than conviction. "No, we are not dying here. We are not..." My voice broke. I forced it back together. "We are not staying here," I said. "We can't stay in this room." It felt like admitting something that should have been obvious, but in the suffocating stillness, it mattered. It gave my legs permission to consider the idea of moving again. Zoe's hand slid down my arm and found my wrist. Her fingers were still shaking. "What do we do?" she asked. It was the question I'd been asking myself in a loop since we opened the hatch downstairs. The answers had been getting worse every minute. Think. Phones, radios, adults, authority. All the normal solutions were now on the floor or hanging from the ceiling. Emergency plans. There'd been a binder in the office. A procedure for tornadoes, for fires, for intruders. Nothing for this. "We need help," I said. The words came out slow, like I was dragging them through mud. "We have to call someone, police, anybody. We can't handle this alone." "There's no cell service," Marcus said. "You said that. That's why we had to call my dad on the office landline last week." He was right. We were far enough out that phones barely worked unless you stood in exactly the right spot on the dock or prayed. Even then, calls dropped. Texts stalled for hours. But the office had a landline. The kitchen had a radio that patched through to somebody. Delivery drivers, vendors, maybe even 911 if you dialed right. "If anyone else is still alive," I said, mostly to myself, "they're not in here." Zoe swallowed hard. "Staff lounge? Nurse's station?" she offered, like we were tossing out answers in a game. "Office," I said. "Kitchen. Somewhere with a phone, or a radio, or..." I looked around the room again, at the bodies, the hooks, the blood that was still wet in places. "Or keys to a car that is not parked here when the sun comes up." I took a step backward toward the door, keeping my eyes on the room as long as I could stand it. Every instinct screamed not to turn my back on this, on anything, on any corner where something tall and wrong might be standing, just waiting for the lights to flicker again. The kids moved with me, drawn by gravity or the need to be attached to the only adult still vertical. At the threshold, just before crossing back into the kitchen, I forced myself to look at them properly. Dylan's face was blotchy, eyes red, cheeks streaked with tears he probably didn't even realize were there. Marcus had vomit on his chin and a stare like glass. Zoe's lips were pressed together so tight they were almost white. They were covered in little flecks of other people. Freckles that weren't freckles. They were still breathing. "We are getting out of this building," I said. Saying it made it a mission, not a wish. "We are going to find a phone, a radio, something. We can't stay here." I didn't believe it yet. Not fully, but it was the only sentence I had that didn't end with the word meat. 5.2. The walk-in that wasn't for food. Approximately 1,200 words. We backed out of the dining hall like it might lunge. I kept one hand on the metal push bar, the door swinging back toward its frame as we stepped away. The gap narrowed, cutting off the worst of the smell inch by inch. The second it latched with a soft, final click, the world shrank again to just the kitchen. The red emergency glow made everything look underwater. Stainless steel had gone dark maroon. The white cabinets looked bruised. "Don't look," I told the kids, though I wasn't sure if I meant the hall we'd just left or the room we were still in. "Stay close. Watch your step." We moved sideways along the counter, away from the dining room doors. The stoves were still on. Blue flames licked at the bottoms of pots that had boiled dry. One pan on the back burner smoked quietly. The last of whatever had been inside turned to a black crust. A metal ladle had fallen handle first onto a hot coil, the plastic peeling and dripping in slow, frozen drips, frozen mid-fall by the color of the emergency lights. Beep! Beep! The smoke detector above the stove was chirping that horrible, intermittent death battery chirp. Not a full alarm, just a little reminder that something was wrong, over and over, every few seconds. Beep! Silence stretched and thinned. Beep! The sound lodged in my bones. On the floor, the drag mark we'd seen earlier was clearer from this angle. It started near an overturned prep island, where a cutting board had fallen and split, leaving a pile of chopped herbs scattered like someone had tried to garnish the tile. From there, the streak widened and darkened, a long smear of thinned blood and something thicker. It cut a straight path toward the back of the kitchen, where a familiar white door squatted in the corner. The walk-in freezer. "I thought it was downstairs," Dylan whispered, voice tiny now. "There's more than one," I said. The words felt like lying even when they were true. This freezer was the one I knew. The one Linda had shooed me away from a dozen times. The big white box with the heavy latch. The little thermometer on the front with a needle that always hovered in the safe zone. From where we stood, The door was closed, the handle in its resting position. Frost had bloomed around the edges of the frame, tiny white crystals clinging to the seal. The thermometer's needle still pointed at the right number. The drag mark went right up to it. I didn't want to follow that line. My eyes did it for me. The smears got darker closer to the threshold, like someone had paused there, shifted weight, bled more. There was a partial shoe print, then the ghost of another. Then nothing, as if whoever had been moved had been fully lifted inside. "We're not going in there, right?" Marcus said. His voice was low, steady. It was the steadiness that scared me. He'd moved past panic into something blanker. "We have to find a phone," I said, clinging to the original mission like a lifeline. "But if there's anyone left, staff or..." I glanced toward the dining hall doors and didn't finish the sentence. "They could be in there, hiding, locked in." "Or chopped up," Dylan said. I almost snapped at him. Then I realized that, or chopped up, was already the baseline reality, not an escalation. I took a breath. It tasted like smoke, chemical cleaner, old meat, and fear. "We look fast," I said. "We don't touch anything we don't have to. We don't stay." The walk-in door handle was stainless steel, thick and curved, the kind you pull down, then out. I wrapped my fingers around it. My hand shook, not dramatically, just enough that the metal felt like it was shivering under my palm. The handle was so cold, it burned. The skin of my fingers tried to stick for a heartbeat, then peeled away with a faint ache. I pressed my thumb against the release button, felt it give, and pulled. The seal broke with a soft hiss. Cold air punched me in the face, harder than the storage room, more focused than the hatch. A tight, compressed chill rolled out in a wave, slapping the sweat right off my skin, turning the wet patch at the collar of my shirt into ice water. The miasma that came with it made downstairs smell subtle. It was thick, like stepping into a cloud. The usual freezer smell, cold plastic, a hint of frost, maybe a ghost of vegetable, was gone. This was all protein and preservative. The sharp sting of chemical wash. The rich, flat stench of meat that had been brought to the line of spoilage and held there. Under it, again, that sweetness. That rot sweet that clung to the back of your tongue and made you want to claw your own mouth out. I pushed the door open all the way. The light inside clicked on automatically. A single fluorescent bar mounted overhead. It was clean, bright, almost clinical. For a second, it made the room look like a normal industrial freezer. The stainless steel shelves lined 3 walls, shining in the harsh light. The floor was textured metal, a drain in the center, a faint crust of frost around it. There were no boxes of fries, no bags of chicken nuggets, no tubs of ice cream. Instead, the shelves were lined with skulls. They sat in neat rows, facing forward like students in an impossible classroom, each one resting on its occipital bone, jaws open or closed, depending on how much connective tissue was left. Some were bleached, nearly white, clean and smooth, teeth intact. Others were in progress. A few still had patches of dried flesh clinging to them, desiccated lips pulled back over teeth, one mummified ear crinkled against the side. Some had scraps of hair stuck to the crowns and backs, clumps of it frozen in strange angles, bangs preserved over empty eye sockets. Here and there, a skull still wore the faint stain of what had once been a face. Darker bone where blood had seeped and dried. Subtle grooves where something sharp had scraped. Someone had taken the time to put labels on them. Not with names, with codes. Black marker scrawled across the foreheads and crowns, sometimes on the jaw if the front was too marred. Big block letters and numbers: F1, L2, S3, F2, L7, S1, F for something, L for something, S for something. Family, Zoe whispered behind me. Legacy, sponsor. It fit too well. An entire catalog of heads, a filing system. In the far corner, one shelf was different. Instead of skulls, there were cardboard boxes similar to the ones upstairs, but already opened. The lids had been folded back neatly. Inside, stacked like steaks in a butcher case, were faces. Not silicone this time. These didn't have that faint plastic sheen. They were drier, darker at the edges where they'd shrunk and curled, but they were undeniably human. Eyes cut away, holes empty. The cut edges were uneven, as if someone had worked fast. Some still had eyebrows, frozen in whatever expression they'd been in when the skin had been pulled. They were laid out flat, one on top of the other, with bits of wax paper between them to keep them from sticking together. Some had small index cards tucked under their chins, as if to mark who they'd been. I took one step toward the shelves without meaning to. The air felt thicker the deeper I went into the room, like the compressor had been pumping something other than refrigerant. The floor was slick. I felt my shoe slide a fraction of an inch and looked down just in time to see a tiny chip of bone skating away from my toe. It came from above. One of the skulls on the middle shelf had been balanced badly, resting too close to the edge, maybe jostled when the door opened. As I watched, the weight shifted. The skull tipped. It rolled forward in slow motion, mandible clacking against the shelf, then tumbled off. It hit the floor near my foot and cracked in half, the frontal bone splitting from the rest. The sound was uglier than the head on the serving table. Softer somehow. Less metal, more brittle. The top portion of the skull rocked once and came to rest, the eye sockets staring up at me. The bottom half rolled, jaw dragging, and stopped against the drain. Between the goop and the frost inside, something white and crumpled poked out. At first I thought it was a piece of ligament or some chunk of dried cartilage, but it was too regular, too rectangular, edges folded in deliberate lines. There was paper inside the skull. Of course there was. Because why stop at bodies when you can utilize every available storage space? My hand moved before my brain could stop it. I crouched down, fingers stiff from the cold, and pinched the edge of the paper wad sticking out from the cracked cavity. It resisted. Whoever had shoved it in there had packed it tight, like stuffing. I pulled. It came free all at once, unfolding in my hand like something that had been waiting to spread. The paper was damp in spots, stained yellow around the edges, the ink blurred in places but still mostly legible. It wasn't some occult script, no blood contract written in languages older than the camp. It was a form, a standard, legal-looking consent form. The logo at the top matched the camp's letterhead, the little pine trees in the corner still visible under a smudge. I, blank, consent to my child, blank, attending Whispering Pines summer camp for the 20__ season. I understand and acknowledge the inherent risks of outdoor and overnight programming. There were paragraphs about liability, about accidents, about acknowledging that the camp was not responsible for injuries resulting from normal activities. At the bottom was a signature. I recognized the last name before I finished the first letter. It belonged to the woman I'd seen under the table in the dining hall, the one with her chest open, her heart nowhere to be seen. Next to child's name was the kid from my cabin with the neon green shoelaces. My hand shook. I looked up at the shelves, at the rows of skulls, each with their code. some with little curls of paper visible inside the foramen magnum or the cracked nasal cavity. F1, L2, S3, files, a system. "Check another," Dylan said hoarsely. Maybe it's just one." I didn't want to. I knew how this went. But I reached for the nearest skull anyway. This one had S4 written across the crown. The nasal cavity had a little bulge of white in it. I turned it, fingers slipping, bone cold and rough in my hands. There was paper jammed up inside. I dug it out, wincing as my nails scraped bone. A photocopy of a check made out to the camp. A photocopied donation receipt from a bank I'd heard Rick praise in a staff meeting. A note in handwriting I recognized from the office whiteboard. S, full summer endowment. I put it back, more gently than it deserved. I understood something then, in a way I hadn't even downstairs. This wasn't just murder, it was accounting. Every head logged with codes and cash and consent forms. Every piece of flesh mapped to a family, a donor, a legacy, bodies upstairs, faces in boxes, skulls as filing cabinets for the paperwork that had brought them here, filled out in good faith by people who thought the worst risk was poison ivy. Behind the hum of the freezer compressors, another sound started to rise. It wasn't the ticking of ice, it was a whisper. Very faint at first, so low I thought it was just a change in the motor pitch. A soft, sibilant noise, like air leaking through teeth. I held my breath. It didn't stop. It got clearer. It wasn't one voice. It was dozens, layered over each other. So quiet, they were almost part of the machinery. They came from the shelves, from the paper, from the spaces in the bone. From everywhere the camp had stuffed what people had signed away without understanding. The syllables all blurred together into one phrase. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. The words tangled, tripping over each other, dragged out by the compressor hum. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It sounded like what you hear at the end of a fundraising banquet, when everyone claps too long and no one hears what's being said anymore. Stop, I whispered. Stop saying that. Of course it didn't. Marcus backed into the door frame hard enough to rattle it. We have to leave, he said. We have to get out of this room. We have to get out of this building. I don't care about phones. We have to go. For once, I didn't argue. I stuffed the consent form into my pocket without thinking about why. Evidence, maybe, or maybe just the instinct to not leave it in a skull, and stumbled backward toward the door. As we stepped out, the cold clung to us. The whispers thinned and smudged back into machinery, swallowed by the beep, beep of the dying smoke detector and the distant, obscene silence of the dining hall. The walk-in freezer door swung almost shut behind us. Before it latched, I heard one more thing, so faint I might have imagined it. A single, clearer voice threaded through the rest. Thank you for your child. 5.3. The meat that tried to talk to me. Approximately 1,200 words. If I'm being honest, we should have left the freezer the second I pulled that consent form out of the skull. We had enough. We had too much. Heads with codes. Faces laid out like deli cuts. Paperwork stuffed into bone like the world's sickest filing system. Every survival instinct I had was already screaming to get the kids out. Get them to a car. Get them to anywhere that didn't hum like a refrigerated morgue. We turned toward the door, and that was when I finally looked all the way to the back. The shelves didn't go all the way to the rear wall. There was a gap, a kind of bay where the metal racks ended, and the cold room opened up into a clear space. At first I thought it was just where they'd roll in pallets, an empty zone for deliveries. Then the fluorescent light flickered just once and caught on something hanging dead center from the ceiling. It was suspended from chains bolted into a heavy steel bracket, each link thick as my thumb, dropping down into hooks that disappeared into flesh. I thought it was a side of beef. That's the closest reference my brain had. Those huge oblong cuts you see in movies about meat lockers, carcasses with the hide off, all ribs and red muscle and white fat swinging on hooks. Only this wasn't beef. There was no hide. There was a skin, though. A skin made of faces. They had been stitched together. Whatever this thing was, it was roughly the size and shape of a human torso if you'd scaled it up to be obscene. Too wide, too thick, too long. The outer surface was covered in human facial skin, sewn edge to edge, cheek to cheek, forehead to chin, with thick black thread. The seams crisscrossed the mass in a grotesque patchwork, looping over noses, through eyebrows, across lips. It was like someone had tried to make a single giant hide out of all the faces that didn't make it into the boxes. Some of the faces were distorted by the way they'd been stretched, eye sockets pulled wide, mouths twisted. Some were shrunk and puckered, skin dried and cracking. A few were fresher, edges still slightly swollen, the cuts pinker. They didn't line up. A mouth sat where a cheek should have been. Two right eyes were jammed next to each other at a wrong angle. A nose jutted sideways from what might once have been a forehead. Some faces had no features left at all, just smooth, empty skin where everything had been scraped away. Here and there, hair sprouted from the seams, random patches of beard, a slice of someone's sideburn, a clump of blonde bangs that now grew sideways across what might have been a neck. The worst part wasn't the outer layer, it was the stuff underneath. The hide didn't cover everything perfectly. There were gaps, places where the stitched edge didn't fully meet, where the skin had shrunk and pulled back. Through those spaces, I could see meat, muscle, fat, connective tissue, dark and pale and marbled. And coming out of some of those gaps were limbs. An arm, pale and bruised, stuck partway out near the bottom, bent at the elbow, fingers dangling limp. A leg protruded higher up, cut off at mid-thigh, the stump disappearing back into the mass, the knee pointing toward the floor. A hand had been half sewn into the hide itself, fingers spread across someone else's forehead, thread punched right through the knuckles. It looked less like someone had built something and more like someone had stuffed and stuffed and stuffed and then given up trying to fit the rest inside. The whole thing hung at about eye level. The fluorescent light overhead buzzed, casting a harsh, blue-white glow over it. The shadows of the chains and the stitched-on features wobbled across the walls and ceiling with every tiny movement of the hooks. I realized it wasn't completely still. The bulk of it had a slow rise and fall, like something inside was trying to breathe. The motion wasn't even. One side swelled more than the other, like a giant lopsided chest expanding and contracting around a heart that was too big and beating on a rhythm of its own. I heard myself say, "Don't look." At the exact moment, all three kids looked. Dylan's breath caught in his throat, like he'd swallowed it. Marcus made a sound that was almost a sob. Zoe didn't make a sound at all. Her fingers dug into my sleeve, fingernails through cotton. In the dead center of the patchwork mass, one face stood out, not because it was less ruined, because it still had a hat on. A camp baseball cap, navy, sweat-stained, the Whispering Pines logo crooked on the front. The brim was mashed and bent, but the name embroidered on the inside band was still visible where the edge of the skin had been stitched around it. Even from a few feet away, I could read it. Rick, the face underneath the hat, had been stretched to fit the curve of the mass. But the features were familiar enough. The broad nose, the deep laugh lines around the mouth, the crease between the brows I'd seen when he pretended to be concerned about a scraped knee. His eyelids had been cut away. The sockets were empty, but there was something behind them, something darker and deeper that didn't feel like just shadow. The corners of his mouth were pulled up by the tension of the black thread, frozen in a grotesque approximation of the smile he'd worn all summer. The chest of the mass swelled outward. A wet, deep thump sounded inside it. Then another. Not as fast as a human heart. Slower. Heavy like something huge turning in thick liquid. My brain tried to insist that it was the compressors vibrating the room. Then one of the stitched mouths moved. Not the Rick mouth. A different one. Lower down, near that protruding arm. The lips, someone else's, blue-tinged and split, peeled apart with a sticky sound. Frost cracked in the corners. A stream of air rushed out, so cold it fogged instantly. A mist that carried the concentrated stink of everything inside. It hit us in the face. Coagulated blood, old fat, something intestinal, something that had once been human warmth and was now just rot. The sound came with it. It wasn't a roar, not a moan. It was a word, stretched, dragged through too many throats. "We!" The voice was wrong in every possible direction. Not one voice, not even a chorus of voices. It was as if every mouth on the surface, every throat buried inside, every frozen tongue, every air pocket in the meat had been pressurized with sound and then let out in a single, slow leak. Higher voices, lower voices, male, female, child, all stacked and out of sync. The chest swelled again. "R." The syllable scraped the inside of my ears. In the jumble, for half a second, I heard something like Rick's familiar drawl. Under that, Linda's flat kitchen tone. Somewhere buried, a child's lilt. A parent from the cookout last week saying, "We're so proud," and having the words bent to this new sentence. So. The black stitches around some of the mouths started to seep. Little beads of dark, half-frozen blood welled up along the thread, squeezing through old puncture holes, merging, then dripping down the patchwork hide in slow, syrupy runs. Gratful. The last word broke apart halfway through, stretched across too many tongues. It came out warped and wet. Gurful. The parts that were still voices tried again, riding over the failure. You, all, Cam. Every time it spoke, different mouths opened and closed, some in sync, some late. A kid's lips moved on you, a parent's on all. Rick's stretched grin trying to form came, the edges of his cheeks splitting further with the effort. A drop of blood fell from one of the seams and hit the freezer floor with a soft, precise tick. Dylan whimpered. Marcus backed into a shelf hard enough to rattle the skulls, the codes on their foreheads flashing in the light. Family, the thing gasped, forced air through a cluster of throats. Appreciation. The word shuddered, broke into pieces, reassembled itself in the air. The chains creaked, metal complaining as the mass shifted again. One of the arms sticking out gave a tiny, involuntary twitch, fingers closing and opening like a spasm. I realized very clearly that the downstairs cold room, the hanging bodies, even the diner full of torn people upstairs were just supply. This was process. This was the thing the camp had been building toward like a fundraiser totalizer. Add another family, add another donor, stitch, stuff, hang. Every legacy and sponsor adding meat and voice and paperwork. A rustling on the shelf to my right pulled my eyes away, just long enough to register another horror. There was a stack of papers there near the skulls. Not jammed inside bone this time, just piled sloppily, edges curled from cold and damp. Forms, contracts, receipts. They were stuck together in places with frozen droplets, the corners reddish. One stack had a sticky note half glued to the top, the ink bleeding but still readable. Consent, campers. Another, donation receipts. Another, staff files. On top of the staff pile lay a form I recognized in a way my body clocked before my eyes did. I stepped closer, like a moth toward a flame. The heading was smeared but legible. Staff waiver and participation agreement. It was the same paperwork we'd all signed on orientation day, when we were tired and broke and just happy to have a job that came with a bed and 3 meals. I, blank, understand and acknowledge that by accepting employment at Whispering Pines Camp, I am participating in physical and emotional activities that may involve risk. The signature at the bottom was a mess of loops and hard lines, but it was my mess. My full legal name, in my own handwriting, soaked through in a few places where blood had touched it and dried. My stomach dropped through the floor. I flipped the form with numb fingers. On the back, in red pen, someone had written a note. The handwriting was the same as on the labels downstairs, the same as the codes on the skulls. Staff, hold for next season. The freezer hummed louder for a second, like it was pleased. Behind me, the patchwork mass let out another choking breath. More stitches bled. A mouth that had been silent opened near the top. The lips were dried and cracked, but they moved enough to add another voice to the static. Next time. I don't know if it actually said that or if my brain just laid those words over the sound. It doesn't matter. Because I got it then. We hadn't been spared tonight. We weren't miracles. We weren't lucky. We were inventory. They'd needed staff to run this season's show, people to lead canoe races, to lifeguard, to keep the campers laughing long enough to make the meat tender. They'd needed bodies in polos to smile at parents, while Rick shook hands and said, "We're so grateful." We weren't off the menu. We were reserved. For next season, I heard myself say, voice flat. We're on hold for next season. Something like a laugh started inside the hanging mass. It wasn't one sound. It was hundreds of little ones. A dry, rattling chuckle from a throat that no longer had lungs. A high-pitched giggle that cut off like a tape jam. A low rumble that might have been a sob once. All layered, all out of sync, spilling out through stitched mouths and cracks in the hide. The chains above it rattled. Somewhere inside, bone hit metal with a clattering clink, 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 like someone shaking a bucket of loose vertebrae. That broke whatever trance I'd been in. I grabbed the staff forms, mine and as many as I could grip in one handful, and crumpled them without thinking, stuffing them into my hoodie pocket. Then I turned to the kids. Their faces were still locked on the hanging thing, eyes wide, pupils blown. They looked like they'd been staring at the sun. "Don't look at it," I said. My voice came out harsh. "Don't look at it. Back up. Now." I put one hand on Dylan's shoulder, the other on Marcus's, physically turning them toward the door. My fingers brushed Zoe's sleeve. She flinched like she'd been shocked, then latched onto my wrist like before. We backed out of the freezer. The mass tried to speak again, the words collapsing into wet noise. "We are so gra." The rest was cut off when the door swung shut. Right before it latched, a final burst of sound slipped through. A choking gurgle that twisted itself into something almost like a grown man's laugh. underscored by the sharp clatter of bone on steel as something inside threw itself against its own chains. Then the seal caught, the hum muffled, and we were back in the kitchen, standing in the red half-light, with the sound of a dying smoke detector and the memory of a voice that had been built out of everyone who'd ever trusted a camp enough to sign on the dotted line. 6.1. Running past what used to be families, approximately 1,200 words. When I say we ran, I do not mean some heroic cinematic dash. It was uglier than that. The second the walk-in freezer door latched and the thing inside faded back into hum and bone rattle, the kids were already moving. Not because I told them to, because their bodies had hit that point of horror where there was no fight or freeze left. Just flee. We stumbled back through the kitchen, past the still smoking pan and the dripping plastic ladle, past the puddle and the dragging streak. The red emergency lights made everything look like it was happening during a slow-motion fire drill in hell. "Don't look left," I said as we approached the swinging doors to the dining hall. "Just keep your eyes on me." I pushed through with my shoulder, turning my head so I saw as little of the room as possible. It didn't matter. The images were already burned in. You don't unsee a ceiling with spines hanging from it. We skimmed along the wall instead of cutting through the center. Even then, my shoes slipped on blood and spilled drink, my foot hitting something soft once. A hand, I think, from the way the fingers folded before they slid away. Zoe's fingers were welded around my wrist. Dylan clung to the back of my hoodie like a little kid in a crowd, not the mouthy teenager who dared me to do this in the first place. Marcus stayed just off my shoulder, breathing loud and ragged. The exit doors at the far end of the hall glowed with their green signs, little promises of out that felt so stupid now. The push bars were smeared red where other hands had tried them before, either too late or from the wrong side. We hit them at speed. The doors flew open so hard, they slapped the exterior walls. Night slammed into us. It took my eyes a second to adjust. The string lights were still on outside, casting warm halos over the porch and the grass beyond. The air felt too warm after the freezers, like stepping into a fever. My lungs seized on it anyway. We didn't stop. We pounded down the wooden steps, the boards rattling under our combined weight, and hit the grass. The ground was soft from earlier sprinkler runs. My shoes sank, slid. Something wet that was not just water splashed up my jeans, darkening them more than they already were. Behind us, the dining hall loomed, big, bright, deceptively normal from this angle. From here, you couldn't see the overturned tables or the hooks, just windows lit from within, glass reflecting string lights, like any end of summer event. "Where are we going?" Marcus gasped. "The road," I said. "Main road. We need out of the camp. Phones, cars, people." "How far is it?" Dylan demanded. "Far enough," I said, which wasn't an answer, but it was the only one I had breath for. We cut across the back lawn, past the fire pit where we'd roasted marshmallows 2 nights ago. The ashes were still there, black and gray in the dark circle, a few half-burned logs. Someone had left a bag of unopened charcoal nearby. It looked obscenely normal. The path to the main gate wound through the trees, gravel crunching under our shoes. We didn't bother with it. We went straight. Branches slapped at our faces. Leaves scratched. Dylan tripped once, half fell, smeared his hands in something on the ground, yelped, and kept going. At some point, I realized there was another sound layered under our breathing and the slap of our feet. Sirens. Faint at first, somewhere beyond the tree line, a high, distant wail. The kind you hear on highways and tell yourself is going the other way. They got louder. The sound rose and fell as the vehicles crested hills and dipped, Doppler effect stretching the pitch. More than one. At least 2 different siren patterns, maybe 3. Sheriff's department, maybe an ambulance. It hit me in a delayed way that someone must have called them. Not us, we hadn't had time. That meant a neighbor, a late parent, someone driving by who'd seen too many cars and no noise. Or maybe somebody had gotten a call out before they were stacked under a table. "We're not the only ones who know," I panted. "Good, good." The trees thinned. The smell changed from pine and damp earth to hot dust and asphalt. We broke out onto the main camp road, the one that curved from the cabins past the office and down to the front gate. The gravel shoulder crunched under my shoes. The center strip was packed dirt, rutted from vans and SUVs. The gate wasn't far now, just past the big Whispering Pines sign that had seemed so welcoming a month ago, and now looked like a joke written in the wrong font. The sirens were close enough now that they weren't just sound. They were pressure, a pulsing in the air that beat against my chest in sync with my heart. Headlights appeared over the slight rise by the highway. 2 sets, then 3. The first sheriff's SUV took the turn too fast. Tires squealing, gravel spraying. Red and blue lights strobed across the trees, painting our faces in alternating colors. A second SUV followed, then an ambulance, then another vehicle with a light bar. They slammed to a stop just outside the gate. Doors flew open before the engines even died. 2 deputies got out of the lead SUV, hands already at their holsters, eyes wide in that way cops get when they've been dispatched to multiple injuries and have no idea what that actually looks like yet. They clocked us immediately. 4 figures running out of the dark, clothes streaked with red, eyes blown. "Hands where I can see them!" one of them yelled, the command crackling across the road. We were still several yards away. The beam of his flashlight hit us dead on, blinding. I threw my hands up on instinct, palms out, fingers splayed. The kids followed a beat later, arms shaky, breaths ragged. "We're staff," I shouted, stumbling to a stop. "Camp staff! They're all dead! They're—" "Stop right there!" the other deputy barked. "Kneel down, slowly." If my brain had been working, I might have argued, might have shouted back that there was no time for procedure, that there were monsters and human meat and paperwork and skulls. But my brain was busy replaying the dining hall and the freezer and the thing on chains. My knees hit the gravel. Dylan collapsed beside me in a messy half-kneel, half-sit. Marcus went down stiffly. Zoe stayed on her feet a second longer, then folded almost gracefully. Eyes still locked on the sheriff's star on the nearest door, like it was the only solid shape in the world. One deputy approached, gun out but angled downward, light in our faces. His boots stopped inches from my hands. "Anybody armed?" he barked. No, I stammered. "No, we're not. Whose blood is that?" he cut in. "Everyone's," I said, and immediately wished I hadn't. "The dining hall, the freezer, they... My words got tangled. The images didn't translate to nouns fast enough. Behind him, the ambulance crew was unloading a stretcher with false optimism. The other deputy was talking into his radio, voice low and urgent, codes and units and words like possible mass casualty and need additional units. Beyond the cruisers, a handful of cars were parked crookedly along the road, hazard lights blinking. Late parents. The ones who'd missed the start of Family Appreciation Night because of work or traffic or a flat tire. One woman broke from the small crowd at the gate the second she saw us. She was in a simple dress, hair half done, shoes wrong for gravel. Her eyes went straight to the blood on our clothes, then to the camp buildings behind us. "Where is she?" she demanded, voice already frayed. "Where's my daughter? She's in cabin 4B, she..." A deputy at the gate tried to hold her back. She wrenched her arm free. She came right up to where I was kneeling and grabbed the front of my hoodie with both hands. The deputy started to shout at her, but she ignored him. "Where is she?" she screamed in my face. "You're from the camp. You're his counselor. Where is she? Did you see her? Did she get out? Tell me she got out." Her breath was hot and smelled like coffee and gum. Her fingers twisted in the fabric, pulling it tight across my throat. For a split second, the world telescoped. I saw her daughter's face, how she'd looked that afternoon during canoe races, how she'd looked an hour ago under a table, neck at an angle, eyes turned toward nothing. Words wanted to come out. I swallowed them. I don't know," I said instead, which was true in the sense that my brain refused to line "your daughter" up with the body I stepped over near the second row of tables. They're inside. People are inside. The police." She made a sound I can't describe. Not a scream, not a sob. Something squeezed out of the space between those things. The deputy finally pulled her back, saying something about needing to secure the scene, needing to keep her safe. She fought him, then collapsed against his chest, fists beating weakly at his vest. More parents stood near the gate. Some were crying outright. Some just looked stunned. Phones clenched in white-knuckled hands. Screens locked because there was no signal out here. A man in a tie was arguing with a paramedic, insisting on going in, saying his son was inside, saying he'd sue everyone if they didn't let him go now. Behind them, the camp sign with its cheerful pine trees and established 1978 looked like something from another planet. The deputy in front of me holstered his weapon, satisfied we weren't immediate threats, and shouted over his shoulder, "We got 4 survivors out front, 2 male juveniles, 1 female juvenile, 1 adult, all covered in something. We need more units, stat." Then he crouched, bringing his face level with mine. "Look at me," he said. I did. His eyes were bloodshot, probably from the lights and the rush. There was a little nick on his jaw where he'd cut himself shaving. I focused on that because I couldn't handle looking anywhere else. "What happened?" he asked. His tone tried to be calm, but the urgency bled through. "What's going on in there?" "They're dead," I said. My voice sounded hollow. "They're all dead. In the dining hall. Something killed them. The director, the camp, the freezer, you have to be careful." He glanced over his shoulder at the buildings, then back at me. Something in his expression shifted. He'd heard dead enough times to know that word was real. The rest, he filed under shock. "Okay," he said. "You're in shock. That's normal. You're safe now, okay? We're going to take it from here. You stay put." Safe. The word bounced off whatever was left of my sense of reality and fell flat. They herded us away from the road, toward the front steps of the office, which sat just inside the gate. Someone draped those crinkly foil blankets over our shoulders, the kind you see in disaster footage. They stuck to the blood and sweat on my neck, made a tinny whispering noise every time I moved. I sat down hard on the bottom step. My legs stopped working the second I wasn't forcing them to. The foil crinkled. The wood under me was warm from the day's heat. My hands shook in my lap, speckled with dried red and freezer burn. The world went into a kind of tunnel. I watched people move like they were underwater. Deputies ducked under the tape they'd strung up hastily at the entrance, weapons drawn, flashlights cutting through the dark as they headed toward the dining hall. The ambulance crew hung back at first, waiting for a signal it was safe to go in. Parents milled at the barrier, some sobbing, some staring, some trying to slip past and being gently but firmly pushed back. Every now and then, a phrase floated to the surface of the noise. Multiple bodies. Secure the perimeter. Call the coroner. Oh my God. A deputy came by and asked our names, our ages, if we were hurt. He shined a pen light in our eyes, movements automatic. He wrote things down on a metal clipboard without looking at the paper. Just keep that blanket around you, okay? He told me. You're in shock. That's normal. Try to take slow breaths. We're going to need statements, but not right this second. Shock. They all said it like it was a blanket, too. Something you could tuck around a problem to keep it from making too much of a scene. I stared at my hands. I could feel the consent form in my hoodie pocket, crinkled against my side. I could feel the raised edge of my own signature through the fabric. Inside the camp, beyond the office, beyond the trees, sirens echoed against wood and water. Farther away, somewhere in the direction of town, more were coming. On paper, we were safe now. On paper, adults had arrived. The sheriff's department was on scene. Paramedics were ready. Procedures were kicking in. Sitting there on those warm wooden steps, foil blanket rustling, the taste of pennies still coating my mouth, I realized something. Whatever had happened in Whispering Pines, we were not anywhere near the end of it. We were sitting at the front desk of whatever story they were about to tell. 6.2. The way they wrote around the meat. Approximately 1,250 words. The hospital room looked like every hospital room I had ever seen on TV. White walls with that faint green tint like someone had tried to wash the color off them. Fluorescent lights in the ceiling, humming, making everything look a little too sharp. A TV bolted high in the corner, muted, an IV pole, a curtain on a track that no one had pulled all the way closed. The bed rails were up on both sides like I was a kid who might roll out. Someone had given me a bowl of hospital chicken noodle soup. It sat on the tray table, plastic lid peeled back, steam long gone. The surface had developed that thin, filmy skin that comes from waiting too long. The smell of it, fake chicken, overcooked pasta, salt, made my stomach twist. A monitor near my head beeped in slow, steady rhythm. Beep, beep. Heart rate, oxygen, proof of life. Every time it beeped, I thought of the smoke detector at camp chirping over the stove. Every chirp over there had followed something dying. The door opened with a soft click. He did not look like the sheriff's deputies. Those guys had come in loud. Uniforms, boots, radio chatter, the smell of sweat and adrenaline and burned coffee. This guy wore a slightly rumpled button-down shirt, tie loosened, sport coat that had seen too many dry cleaning cycles. He carried a legal pad and one of those thin ballpoint pens you buy in packs of 20. He had cop eyes, though, tired and sharp at the same time. "Hey," he said, easing the door shut behind him. "Mind if I sit?" I shrugged. The IV tugged at the back of my hand when I moved. He pulled the plastic visitor chair closer and sat with one leg crossed over the other, pad on his knee. He looked at the monitor for a second, then at me. "I'm Detective Hall," he said. "County Sheriff's Office. You've talked to a lot of people already, I know. EMTs, ER doc, maybe the chaplain." He tried for a small, reassuring smile. "I'm going to ask you some questions too, okay? Take your time. You're not in any trouble. We just need to understand what happened up there." Up there, like the camp was on another planet. "Okay," I said. My voice still sounded like it belonged to someone else. He clicked his pen. "Let's start simple," he said. "Walk me through what you saw when you went into the dining hall, from the beginning, one step at a time." So I did. I talked about being in the kitchen, the emergency lights, the drag mark on the floor, the scissors, the streak leading to the doors. I told him about the smell when I first cracked them open, how it hit like a wall. He nodded and scribbled, eyes flicking up every few seconds to watch my face. I told him about the overturned tables, the bodies under them, the hooks on the ceiling with arms and legs hanging, the vertebrae swinging like morbid decorations. I told him about the scratches in the wall and the fingernails left behind. I did not use the word meat. He didn't interrupt. His pen moved steadily. The monitor kept time. Beep! Beep! When I mentioned specific people, the counselor with the black nail polish, the mom with the extra 20, the little boy with the neon shoelaces, his jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. He wrote their descriptions down too, probably matching them mentally to names the office had already given him. He didn't ask me to clarify anything in that part. The gore was ugly, but it made sense in a way law enforcement could file. Homicide, blunt force trauma, lacerations. Then I mentioned the door to storage, staff only, the hatch, the ladder, the lower room. His pen slowed. "Wait," he said gently. "The downstairs area, that's under the kitchen area or under the loading bay," I said. "There's a hatch in the storage room, ladder down. It's like a walk-in under the walk-in. Metal walls, hooks, bodies, labels, legacy donors, returning families, sponsors." I heard how it sounded out loud and kept going anyway. He didn't write legacy donors. He underlined something instead. "And you went down there?" he said. "Yes." "With the kids?" "Yes." "And you saw people hanging?" "Yes. In plastic. Cut up. Labeled. It's not just what happened in the dining hall. They've been doing this for a while." He was quiet for a beat. "Was anyone else with you down there?" he asked. "Any other staff? Adults?" I shook my head. "Just you and the 3 minors," he said. More to the pad than to me. I pushed on. I told him about the faces in boxes, the silicone masks upstairs, the spare faces tag. I told him about the ladder, the rail, the labels on the hooks. I told him about the skulls in the walk-in above, the codes on their foreheads, the consent forms and checks stuffed inside them like stuffing. I told him about the thing, the meat on chains, the patchwork. I described the faces sewn together, the arms and legs jutting out, the way it moved like it was breathing. I told him about the voices layered over each other, all those voices I'd heard all summer twisted into one phrase. "We are so grateful you all came," I said, staring past him at the blank wall. It said that, in all their voices. And my name was in the freezer too, on a form. Staff, hold for next season. They had plans. Detective Hall didn't look like I'd told him a monster story. He looked like I'd told him a fact that landed in the wrong column. His pen had stopped moving. His thumb slid along its side, up and down, up and down. His eyes went a little softer at the edges, like he was bracing for something. "You're doing good," he said quietly. "You're being very brave, okay? I know this is a lot." He glanced at the monitor. Beep, beep. "Can I ask?" he continued. "Before tonight, had you ever been diagnosed with anything like post-traumatic stress, anxiety disorder, anything like that?" "No," I said, heat flaring up my neck. I'm not making this up. There's a room down there. You'll see. When you go back." When you go under the storage... Hey, he said, holding up a hand, not unkindly. Hey, I'm not saying you're making anything up. I'm trying to understand what's happening in your head right now. You've been through something. I mean, what you described upstairs, that by itself would be enough to scramble anybody's brains for a while. He shifted in his chair, leaned back a little. Bodies, he said, ticking points off on invisible fingers. Blood, friends dead, parents dead. You're responsible for 3 kids who suddenly see what no one that age should see. You run. You hit sirens, patrol cars, bright lights, questions. You don't sleep. You land here. That's a lot. He was good. He didn't say hallucination. Not yet. The doctor chose that moment to drift in, like he'd been waiting for his cue. Older guy, gray at the temples, white coat, stethoscope, the whole thing. He checked the monitor with the casual glance of someone who knew it wasn't telling him anything new. How are we holding up? He asked, like this was a bad flu. Still talking, Detective Hall said, still remembering. Good, the doctor said. He gave me the same soft-edged look. You're doing well. It's normal for the brain to fill in gaps after trauma, to try to give shape to chaos. That's not what I'm doing, I said. There aren't gaps. I remember everything, too clearly. Of course you do, he said, with the kind of tone that agrees and doesn't at the same time. But memory under acute stress can be unreliable. Not because you're lying, because it's trying to keep you alive. Hall cleared his throat. Look, he said, turning back to me. No one is saying the dining hall wasn't bad. We've got multiple officers, first responders, all reporting what you described. Tables overturned, severe trauma to the bodies, a lot of blood. He paused. The rest of it, he went on, the downstairs, the talking thing. That's the part we're going to need to be careful with when we write it down. When we talk to the DA juries, judges, reporters, they like things that fit in certain boxes. Gas leaks, faulty wiring, a guy with a gun. You start talking about meat that speaks in 10 voices. They stop listening to the rest. It was there, I said. I could hear how flat my voice had gotten. You're going to find it. He didn't say, no, we won't. He said, we'll process the scene thoroughly, which is not the same thing. The doctor patted the foot of the bed like I was 8. We may want to talk about some counseling, he said. There's a term, dissociation, that covers a lot of what happens when the mind tries to step away from horror. People sometimes see or hear things that are symbolic rather than literal. It wasn't a symbol, I said. It's hanging in the freezer. You can write that down. Hall hesitated, then scribbled something anyway. He didn't read it aloud. Take a break, the doctor said to him. Let them rest. There'll be time for more statements later. He left. The detector's pen clicked back into its barrel. We're not trying to say nothing happened, Hall said quietly. We're just trying to build a version of it that we can actually put in front of people without them tuning it out. A version, I repeated. He sighed. When this hits the news, he said, they're going to need a cause. Something with a name. Something people can put on a graph with statistics so they feel like it'll never happen to them. Your story doesn't fit in those graphs. That doesn't mean I don't write it down. It just means others may write something else around it. He left with that. He took his notebook. He took my words. He left the room quieter than it had been before he came in. The TV in the corner was still on. Someone had turned the volume up a notch while I wasn't paying attention. The screen showed a familiar aerial shot. Trees, a lake, the beige rectangle of the dining hall, shot from a helicopter. The Whispering Pines sign looked tiny from up there. A banner crawled along the bottom of the screen. Tragic gas leak at summer camp. Dozens dead. The anchor had her serious face on. She stood in front of a graphic that said Camp Tragedy in block letters. A little cartoon pine tree in the corner like a logo. Preliminary reports suggest a catastrophic failure of the camp's gas lines and kitchen equipment, she was saying. Authorities believe a buildup of carbon monoxide may have caused disorientation and panic among campers and parents inside the dining hall. Some victims appear to have been trampled in the ensuing stampede. Behind her, stock footage of gas stoves and firefighters in masks. No mention of hooks. No mention of skulls lined up in a freezer or faces in boxes with index cards. No mention of a mass of stitched-together human skin that talked like a choir. Just catastrophic failure, just gas leak, just stampede. The camp, which has operated in the area since the late 1970s, she went on, has previously received praise for its community outreach and generous donor programs. I reached for the remote and turned the volume down, but not all the way. Another graphic slid over the image. Tips for gas safety in your home. Bullet points about checking your furnace, carbon monoxide detectors, install, test, replace. They were already recycling it into something people could fix with a trip to Home Depot. The anchor's voice cut off as the broadcast went to commercial. The first ad was for a chain steakhouse. Muted, I still heard too much. The sizzle of a steak hitting a grill. The exaggerated sound of a chef's knife cutting through meat. The blade scraping the plate just enough to make that metallic ring. A close-up of juices spilling onto white porcelain. My stomach lurched. I barely got the plastic basin in my lap in time. By the time the ad ended, my eyes were watering and I'd forgotten all about the soup. Nurses came and went. They checked my vitals. They offered more broth. The kids were somewhere else in the building, in their own rooms, with their own detectives and doctors and screens trying to tell them it had all been a bad mechanical accident. Night slid in behind the blinds. The fluorescent lights dimmed a little but didn't go off. Hospitals never really go dark. The room took on that late-night ER feel, quieter but not calm. I woke up once to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Not the brisk, squeaky shoe walk of nurses, not the heavy stomp of a cop's boots. A softer, more measured tread. The door to my room was mostly closed, just a sliver of glass showing the corridor. Two men stood just outside it, backs to me. They weren't in uniform. No badges on their belts, no stethoscopes. They wore dark suits, the kind that fit too well to be off the rack. Their haircuts were precise. Their shoes were polished, wrong for a place where most people wore scrubs or tactical gear. I stayed still, eyes half-lidded, the way you do when you're pretending to sleep, so adults will talk freely. Liability exposure is massive, one of them was saying, voice low and smooth. We need to get ahead of it. The county's already framing it as a structural failure, the other replied. Gas, equipment, negligence at most. We keep it there. We can cap the settlements. Class action, sure, but manageable. The first one made a soft sound. There are outlier narratives, he said. Staff, kids. They're talking about tunnels, freezers, someone arranging things. We can't have that multiplying on social media. Already working on NDAs for the families, the second answered. Grief plus money plus a clear villain. Faulty maintenance, maybe a dead director. They'll sign? Staff too, if they want to work again or avoid closer scrutiny. They both laughed a little at that. It wasn't a nice sound. A nurse passed by with a cart. They lowered their voices. Non-disclosure, I caught. Settlement packages. Long-term brand impact. Brand. They were talking about a camp where I'd just watched a room full of people turned into a buffet, and they were using the word brand. The first man said something I didn't quite catch. The second replied, "Sheriff's office is cooperative. They don't want a satanic panic sequel any more than we do. Gas leak plays, cult cannibalism doesn't." He shifted his weight and turned slightly. His gaze slid through the narrow glass pane in my door. Our eyes met. Just for a second. His face didn't change. No surprise. No embarrassment at being caught. No softening like Detective Hall's attempt at empathy. His eyes were flat and empty, like the dead projector screen over the foot of my bed. Like the eye sockets on the skulls before someone stuffed them with paper. He held my gaze for a beat, long enough to clock that I was awake and listening. Then he smiled. It was small and professional, the kind of smile you give a stranger in an elevator. It didn't reach his eyes at all. He lifted one hand in a little half-wave, like we were in on the same joke. Then he turned back to the doctor at the nurse's station and said, clearly enough that I could hear through the glass, "We just want what's best for them. Closure. A chance to move on." The doctor nodded, tired and grateful to hand the problem to someone else. Out in the hall, the suits walked away. On the TV, the late-night news played the aerial footage of the camp again, this time with a softer piano track under it. The words, "tragic gas leak," scrolled past my face a second time. Nobody mentioned the meat that had tried to talk to me. 6.3 years of trying not to think about it. Approximately 1,150 words. Time is supposed to sand things down. That is what people tell you. Like grief and horror are just rough edges you can wait out. It won't always feel this sharp. You'll get some distance. You're young. You have your whole life to build something new. What they never say is, sometimes the thing you are trying to get distance from gets up and walks the same direction you do. I did what you are supposed to do after something like Whispering Pines. I left town. The county and whatever suits were attached to it cut me a check big enough to feel insulting and necessary at the same time. Ex gratia support, they called it. Not an admission of wrongdoing. I signed my name more times than I can remember, on papers full of words like release and non-disparagement and confidentiality. My hand cramped. My therapist later called that part secondary coercion. I just called it rent. I moved 2 states over. I worked fast food for a while. Drive-through headsets, the smell of fryer oil soaked into my clothes. The hiss of frozen patties hitting the grill made my throat close, so I asked to be moved to front counter. The manager said I was too quiet for customer service. I lasted 3 months. After that, it was stocking shelves at a big box store on the night shift. I liked that more. The aisles were empty except for me and a few other ghosts in blue vests. The worst thing I had to look at was crushed cereal boxes and the occasional rotted fruit some kid had tucked behind the canned goods. Eventually, I landed at the warehouse where I am now. 10-hour nights, forklifts beeping, boxes in, boxes out. No kids, no parents, no camp songs, just concrete, cardboard, and the humming of industrial HVAC. You'd think that would be safe. It should have been safe. I avoided a lot. I turned the TV off when news stories mentioned summer programs or 10 years later retrospectives. I didn't go near parks with day camp groups. If a coworker mentioned sending their kids to this great place in the woods, I found an excuse to walk away. If someone asked about my own childhood summers, I lied. I talked about video games and air conditioning and pretending the apartment complex pool was a lake. I never said the word camp. Years went by. I moved apartments twice. I changed phones 3 times. I replaced laptops, shoes, everything that had touched that summer. The only thing I kept was one hoodie and a thin, folded form in a box at the bottom of my closet. The staff waiver with my own signature and the words, "Hold for next season," in red. I told myself I only kept it in case I ever needed proof. The nightmares did not care about my paperwork. They did not care about NDAs or news narratives or how many times I told myself it had been a gas leak when I needed to get through a double shift without shaking. They came on their own schedule. The worst ones always start the same way. In the dream, I am back in the freezer. Not the kitchen one, the other one. The skull room. It is always too bright. The light bars on the ceiling are whiter than any real fluorescent, buzzing high and thin, like a dentist's drill drawn out into a single note. The air is so cold my teeth hurt just from breathing. The shelves are lined with skulls, each one facing me. They are clean in the dream, unnaturally clean. No scraps of flesh or hair, just bone, polished by some invisible hand. Their jaws are closed at first. Their sockets are empty darkness. I know what is inside them. This is different every time. Sometimes I remember clearly. Consent forms, checks, notes in red pen. Sometimes I only know they are full of something that should have been buried, not filed. In the dream, I walk between the aisles, my boots clanging softly on the metal floor. My breath fogs. My fingers are numb. The temperature is wrong for the way sweat runs down my spine. I reach out without wanting to. My hand closes around the top of one skull. It is cold and smooth and lighter than it should be. The code on the forehead is always the same. S5 this time, or L1, or just my own initials, scrawled in thick black marker. The second my skin touches bone, every jaw on every shelf drops open at once. The sound is indescribable. Not a click, not a snap. Something wetter, like cartilage tearing and reseeding, multiplied by 50. Every skull turns toward me. They don't move smoothly. They jerk like bad animatronics, heads cocking at slightly wrong angles, some all the way up, some skewed. Their empty sockets are suddenly full of something. Not eyes, exactly, but depth. Awareness. They speak in unison, not in different voices like the meat thing. In one voice. Mine. "Thank you for your donation," they say. All of them. All at once. The phrase echoes off the metal walls. It loops back on itself. Some part of it gets stuck. Repeats. "Thank you for your donation. Thank you for your donation. Thank you." I drop the skull, but it doesn't fall. It stays in my hand, jaw working, teeth clacking. "Thank you." I try to scream, but my throat is full of that freezer air. So cold it feels like it has edges. And then, always, the sound in the dream shifts. The freezer compressor kicks in with a low, rhythmic thrum. The pitch rises, warps. It blends with another noise, something from outside the dream. A soft whoosh, a click. My eyes snap open in the dark. I am in my apartment, on my crappy mattress, sweat-soaked, heart punching my ribs. The skulls are gone. The shelves are gone. My hand is empty except for a crumpled sheet of my own blanket. The sound is still there. Only now it is the AC unit in the corner, rattling as it cycles. Same thrum, same shift in pitch as the fan kicks up. The compressor in the dream matched the compressor in the wall. Sometimes, if I wake up at just the right moment, I am not entirely sure which side of the noise I am on. I tried to do the adult thing about it. I booked time with a therapist. Small office in a strip mall between a nail salon and a tax prep place. Neutral art on the walls. A couch that had seen a lot of tears. A bowl of individually wrapped mints on the table like sugar could bribe your brain into cooperating. I didn't tell her everything. I started with what everyone knows. The gas leak, the official story, the accident. Then I added the parts the news left out, like the hooks and the way some of the bodies upstairs looked arranged more than fallen. She listened, head tilted, pen poised. Then I pushed into the parts that do not play well on television. I told her about the lower room, the ladder, the plastic-wrapped bodies, the labels, the skulls. I told her part of the freezer story, careful to keep it in the past tense, like I understood everyone had decided it was a symptom, not a fact. I did not mention the talking mass on chains. I did not say, it tried to save me for next season. Even with the edited version, she leaned back in her chair, fingers steepled. "What happened to you?" she said. "What you saw is a level of trauma most people will thankfully never encounter." She used words like collective trauma, survivor guilt, secondary wounding. She talked about how media images and real memories can blend, especially in young brains. How the mind tries to make patterns out of incomprehensible events, sometimes stitching together images from news footage, crime shows, even other people's stories. "It's possible," she said carefully, "that some of what you remember from the lower levels was your mind trying to give shape to something it couldn't process, especially with all the coverage about freezers and the way the press talked about the kitchen." "You think I made up a room full of skulls," I said. "I think you experienced something real," she said. "I also think your brain may have elaborated on parts of it. That doesn't make you a liar. It makes you a human being whose mind was trying to survive." She smiled that tight, professional smile. "Memories are not video recordings," she said. "They're stories we tell ourselves about what happened. They can be influenced by stories other people tell." I nodded. I wanted to believe her. It was easier to imagine my mind had spliced together images from headlines and horror movies than to live with the idea that there was a speaking sculpture of everyone's faces hanging in a freezer somewhere, hungry and patient. By the time I stopped going, money ran out, or motivation, I'm not sure which. We had a kind of compromise. The dining hall happened. The blood, the bodies, the parents, the kids. That was solid. The rest, the skull shelves, the whispering consent forms, the meat that talked, that could be a hallucination. Shock, dissociation, a metaphor my brain cooked up to make sense of senseless violence. I walked out of her office one afternoon almost convinced. Maybe I had filled in gaps with images that matched the horror I'd seen. Maybe my mind had built its own monster to keep from focusing on how ordinary the real ones had been. Bad gas lines, bad leadership, bad luck. Then, a few weeks ago, my email pinged during lunch break at the warehouse. I was sitting in my car in the lot, engine off, the dashboard radiating heat, chewing something cheap and forgettable. My phone vibrated. Subject: your memories from 10 years ago on a cloud service I'd forgotten I ever signed up for. I almost deleted it. They send that kind of thing all the time. Little nostalgia bombs. Look at college. Look at your ex. Look at that haircut you thought worked. For some reason, I opened this one. The app loaded a grid of thumbnails, low-res, washed out. Pictures from that summer. Cabin porches. The lake at sunset. Kids on the dock, arms up, splashing. A blurry shot of someone doing a cannonball. a counselor's arm in mid-throw, tossing a frisbee. My stomach lurched. My thumb hovered over the delete all button. Then one image caught my eye. It was darker than the rest, blurred, grainier. The thumbnail looked almost abstract. White ovals on a gray background, motion streaked. The file name underneath wasn't from my phone. It started with ZOE_ and a string of numbers. I tapped it. The picture filled the screen. It was taken indoors, under harsh light. The white circles were not circles at all. They were skulls, lined up on a metal shelf. The image was slightly tilted, as if the photographer had snapped it in a hurry, hand shaking. There was motion blur on the right side, smearing details, but in the center, clear enough, you could count eye sockets. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the nearest skull, even through the noise of the scan, you could just make out black marker on the forehead. An F, a number. The top of the frame cut off whatever was hanging above. The bottom cut off the floor. It was just shelves and bone, caught in that sick, clinical light. Underneath the image, the app helpfully offered to relive this memory. I stared until the edges of my vision went fuzzy. All that time, I had almost convinced myself that the skull room could have been a hallucination, a symbol, a brain glitch. But cameras don't hallucinate. Zoe had shot this on her stupid little film camera, the one she carried everywhere. At some point, she'd scanned the negatives and backed them up to the cloud. And a decade later, an algorithm decided it would be a fun surprise to send it to me. I sat there in the car, phone screen glowing, AC humming in the vents, holding photographic proof that the part everyone told me wasn't real had been the most real thing of all. Up in that freezer, a compressor kicked on in my memory. Down in whatever server farm the cloud service used, some process logged that I had opened my memories. On the surface, I took another bite of my lunch and swallowed it down like it was nothing. Underneath, something that had been on hold for next season shifted in the dark. 7.1. The boxes in my own freezer, approximately 1,150 words. I told myself I was done with freezers. That was the deal I made with myself when I took the warehouse job. No food service, no kitchens, no restaurants, no walk-in coolers where the hum of the compressor could slide sideways into something else in my head. Corrugated cardboard, pallets, forklifts. That was supposed to be as cold as it got. Then my supervisor asked if I could cover cold storage for a night. "Just for this shift," he said, scanning a clipboard. "We're short. You're reliable. It's just counting boxes." Just counting boxes. That should have been easy. The cold storage unit sat at the far end of the building, past racks of toilet paper and bottled water and all the other things people panic buy when storms hit. The door was a slab of steel big enough to park a car behind, with a heavy lever handle and a little round dial thermometer mounted at eye level. The needle hovered at -10 degrees Fahrenheit. Every time someone opened it, a cloud of white vapor rolled out, curling around their legs like fog. I'd walked past it 100 times and never gone in. Whenever a pallet needed pulling from there, someone else took the ticket. There was always an excuse. I was on another task. My forklift battery was dead. I had to help unload a truck. Tonight, I was out of excuses. "Sure," I said, because rent doesn't care about trauma. The handle was cold even through my glove. When I pulled it down, the latch disengaged with a solid ka-chunk. The door swung inward, heavy but well-balanced on its hinges. The cold hit like a slap. Not the creeping chill of winter air. This was a manufactured cold, dry and deep, the kind that steals your breath for a second. My eyelashes prickled. The inside of my nose burned. White vapor billowed around my boots as I stepped in. The freezer was bigger than the one at camp. High ceilings lined with exposed ductwork. The walls were smooth, white-painted panels. The floor was sealed concrete, slick with a thin sheen of frost in places. Tire tracks from pallet jacks leaving darker stripes. Tall metal racks ran in rows down the length of the room, stacked high with cardboard boxes shrink-wrapped to pallets. Labels faced outward in neat lines. Frozen vegetables, bulk ice cream, beef, select, chicken parts, wings. Fluorescent strips overhead cast a harsh blue-white light, bouncing off the metal and the plastic wrap. The sound of the compressors filled the space, a constant low roar, punctuated by higher whines when the fans kicked in. Every step I took on the concrete landed with a muffled thud, the sound deadened by the boxes and the cold. It smelled like industrial cold storage. Frozen cardboard, a faint hint of raw meat, masked by the metallic tang of the air itself. No bleach, no rot. I told myself that mattered. The new shipment was waiting near the center aisle, pallet jack still under it like someone had dropped it in place and walked away. The pallet was stacked chest-high with uniform brown cartons, shrink wrap cut away, but corners still sharp. The boxes were anonymous. No big brand logos, no cheerful mascots. Just brown cardboard, taped tight with plain white packing tape. On the side of each, someone had affixed a small printed label. Masks, event supply, QT24, keep frozen, shape retention. I stared at it for a second. Of all the things we stocked, food, paper products, cleaning supplies, this wasn't one I'd seen before. Just counting boxes, I said under my breath, voice small in the cavernous cold. Just numbers on a sheet. My breath fogged in front of my face and hung there. The inventory sheet clipped to the pallet. Jack specifically mentioned this pallet. Verify quantity, inspect condition, sign off. Easy. I pulled out my box cutter, slit the tape on the top carton, and folded the flaps back. Inside, neatly packed in rows, were clear plastic bags, each one containing a mask. They were the cheap Halloween store kind. Rubbery silicone in sickly greens and grays, molded in shapes of snarling zombies, horned devils, clowns with too wide smiles. The kind of thing you buy for an office party when you don't want to commit to a full costume. Each bag had a little hang tab punched at the top, like they'd eventually go on some seasonal display rack. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. Okay, I said quietly. Okay, dumb. It's dumb. It's just cheap masks. I reached in and picked one up. The plastic crinkled, the fake flesh squished in my gloved hand, floppy and weightless. The inside was smooth, clean, no texture, no tackiness. It smelled faintly like the inside of a beach ball. At least it's not real faces this time, I muttered. The joke fell dead in the air, but I heard it anyway. The version of me that used to make kids laugh around a campfire would have delivered it better. This one just sounded tired. I set the zombie mask aside on the closed lid of a neighboring pallet and reached for the next bag in the box. The top layer was all the same junk. Scary clown, melted face ghoul, some kind of diseased pigman. I shuffled a few aside to check deeper in the carton, making sure nothing had been damaged in transit. The bottom of the box felt different. The plastic there didn't have the same crinkly cheapness. It was thicker, heavier. When my gloved fingers brushed it, the material clung for a second before peeling away, like it had a different finish. I grabbed the edge of the bag and lifted it up into the light. For a moment, my brain refused to file it under anything. It was a face, not stylized, not exaggerated, not in lurid colors. Just a middle-aged woman's face, pale, slack, eyes closed. The features were too detailed. Fine lines at the corners of the eyes, tiny pores on the nose and cheeks, the faint suggestion of freckles under a layer of something that might have once been makeup. Lips that looked like they'd been wearing lipstick hours ago, now smudged at the edges. The silicone, if that's what it was thinner than the novelty masks. It folded and drooped in my hand, more like actual skin. The color was too right, that uneven tone real people have instead of movie-perfect shading. I turned it slightly. The inside of the mask was a softer, matte finish. It should have been uniform. Instead, there were streaks of dark, dried red along the edges where it would sit against a cheekbone, a jawline. The color had seeped into the material, clotted in a few creases. My stomach lurched. Cold rushed up my throat. My fingers tightened around the edge without meaning to. Someone went way too hard on the realism, I told myself. High-end prop. That's all. But the part of my brain that had once seen faces laid out in cardboard boxes in a freezer under a camp dining hall was not buying it. The cut edges around the mask weren't clean, either. They wavered, jagged in places, as if whatever had sliced them hadn't followed a factory mold. Some strands of hair were caught in the seam, frozen into the silicone, too short and fine to be deliberately punched. My hand trembled. I flipped the mask, trying to find a brand stamp, a SKU, something that would put it back in the world of things you could buy with a credit card and a coupon code. There wasn't one. Instead, on the inner edge, just under where the left ear would be, someone had written in black marker. The ink bled slightly into the material. F.A. Lot 2, Midwest Region. The letters were in a hand I recognized. Not the exact slant, maybe. Not the exact pressure. But the style, those little straight-back hooks on the F. The way the dot of the I in Midwest had dragged into a line, like the tip of the marker had been starting to run dry. The same kind of block printing I'd seen on masking tape downstairs at Whispering Pines. Legacy donor, 2 adults, sponsor, hold for later, staff, hold for next season, F, a family appreciation. The air in the freezer felt thinner. The roar of the compressors got louder, swallowing the sound of my own breathing. For a second, the rattle of the ductwork over my head synced perfectly with a memory of a different hum, a different cold, a different room packed with inventory that had once told me it was grateful. Behind me, somewhere in the concrete maze, someone's pallet jack beeped as it backed up. The sound bounced off the walls, warped by distance, and came back wrong. I stared at the words on the inside of the mask. Lot 2, Midwest Region. This wasn't a one-off. This wasn't some weird custom order for a haunted house. This was a system, a product line, a network. The face in my hand sagged a little as the cold stiffened it. The features drooped into something like sleep. For a heartbeat, I had the insane certainty that if I put my ear to it, I would hear whispers trapped in the silicone, all overlapping, all saying the same thing. Thank you. I dropped it back into the carton. It landed with a soft, fleshy plap against the other masks, disappearing from view in a jumble of clowns and zombies and horned devils. My inventory sheet fluttered in my other hand. Boxes to count, units to sign off on, numbers to slot into someone else's ledger. FA, Lot 2, Midwest Region to scan into our system like any other event supply. I stood in the aisle of my safe warehouse freezer, surrounded by anonymous cardboard and industrial hum, and realized something that made my skin feel too tight. I hadn't escaped Whispering Pines. I just moved down the distribution chain. 7.2. Realizing it never stopped. Approximately 1,200 words. I stepped back from the pallet like it had tried to bite me. The cold hit harder with that inch of distance, like the air between me and the boxes had thickened instead of widened. My breath came too fast, fogging the space in front of me in short, panicked bursts. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. The compressors overhead hummed the way they always did, but now, under the steady mechanical drone, there was a smaller rhythm, faster. It felt like the room itself was out of breath. Every time the fans kicked to a higher speed, it sounded like a gasp. In, out, in, out. I forced my eyes off the mask I'd just dropped back into the box and onto the label on the side of the pallet. Shipped from Fair Acre Productions, LLC, City, State Event Solutions, Camps/Retreats/Churches, Fair Acre. FAI swallowed. The address meant nothing to me. Different state, different area code, but the combination of words, productions, event solutions, camps, churches, made my skin crawl. It was the kind of bland corporate veneer they put on top of anything they did not want you to look at too closely. Each carton had a smaller tag listing the client type and region code. Most of them were shorthand I didn't understand. A few I did. FAMAPPKIT, MIDWESTCHURCHAPPKIT, SOUTHEASTDONORGALA, NORTHEAST. The one I'd opened had an extra line, handwritten in the same marker as the mask note. FA, Lot 2, Midwest Region. Something in my brain started quietly connecting dots I had spent 10 years trying to keep in separate drawers. I pulled my phone out with numb fingers, angling my body so the camera on the ceiling wouldn't catch the screen. Technically, you weren't supposed to have phones on the floor. Technically, I did not care. The signal in the freezer was garbage. A single bar flickered weakly at the top of the screen. I shifted closer to the door, holding the phone up higher like that would help. Eventually, the LTE symbol settled into something vaguely usable. I typed Fair Acre Productions into the search bar. The website loaded slower than it should have, each image popping in piece by piece. The homepage was exactly what I expected and hated. Big, glossy photos, lots of smiling faces, wholesome fonts. Creating memories that last a lifetime, the headline said. There were tabs for services, clients, gallery. The gallery page was full of event photos. Corporate retreats with people in polo shirts high-fiving on ropes courses. Church lock-ins with teens praying in a circle. And scattered throughout, like a recurring motif, warm, cozy shots of dining halls decorated with string lights. Long tables full of families, captions in small white text. Camp River Oaks, Family Appreciation, Night Cedar Glen Retreat, Donor Thank You Banquet, Lake Harvest Camp, Families and Friends Evening Pinewood Fellowship, Legacy Night. The names were all different. The setup was always the same. Rectangle room, long tables, kids and parents and staff, mid-laugh, mid-bite, mid-toast, balloons in the corners, projector screens with slideshows of smiling faces, paper signs that said things like, "We appreciate you and you're our family." Looking at them made my teeth hurt. My thumb stopped on one image without knowing why. It was a shot of Camp River Oaks, according to the caption. The camera was angled from the back of the room, looking toward a small stage. On the stage, a man in a camp polo stood with a mic, arms spread, talking to the crowd. Behind him, projected huge on the wall, were the words, "Family Appreciation Night," in a cheerful script. The logo in the corner was a river with 2 oak trees, stylized and friendly. Some glitch of the lens or the timing had caught the light wrong on his face. His features were slightly doubled, his smile blurred at the edges, like his skin was trying on a second expression underneath. I realized, with a slow, cold certainty, that this was not a one-off, new thing Rick had come up with to save a dying camp. This was a product, a package. Family Appreciation Night was not a fundraiser theme. It was a franchise. I thought of Rick years ago in that early staff meeting, talking about legacy families and donors and how this year needed to be different if they wanted a next year. I thought of his apron with the red stains, his hand on my shoulder too tight when he joked about prime cuts. He had never said he invented the idea. He had said, "We're trying something new this year. Something someone else had offered him, sold him, licensed to him. Fair Acre Productions, Event Solutions, camps/retreats/churches. We are so grateful you all came." The freezer felt smaller. The compressor hum dipped for a moment, the pitch sliding down like a tape slowing, and then kicked back up, louder. It really did sound like breathing now. Not steady, not calm. Short, sharp pulls. Behind me, higher up in the racks, something clinked. Bone on metal. I told myself it was just shifting inventory. Boxes settle, plastic wrap loosens, pallets creak, that's all. The sound came again, clearer. A crisp tap followed by a tiny rolling tink across steel. I tilted my head back. On the top shelf of the rack above my pallet, one of the cartons wasn't sitting quite right. The bottom seam had split a little under the weight of whatever was inside. A small section of cardboard hung open, a jagged brown tongue against the neat edge of the box. Poking out of the gap was something white. Not the flat, uniform white of styrofoam or packing peanuts. A curve. Smooth, dense. At first, my mind went through the normal options. Plastic, molded inserts, maybe some kind of prop bone for a Halloween display. Then the shape registered. An end of a femur looks a certain way. You don't know that until you've seen it wrong too many times, and then you can't unknow it. The rounded head, the flare, the way the surface catches the light differently than plastic. Whatever was up there was nestled among the boxes, just barely visible, the cardboard hiding most of it. But that 1 inch of exposed white might as well have been a spotlight. Inventory, I whispered to myself, because the other option was screaming. They're just moving inventory. My phone screen dimmed, the gallery of happy families shrinking to a square in the corner. I backed away from the rack until my shoulders hit the one behind me. The concrete under my boots felt less solid. The cold had worked its way through my pants, through my socks, into my bones. My inventory sheet stared up at me with its little printed grid, spaces waiting for numbers to prove everything was in order. I reached for the box cutter again, more on autopilot than anything, and slid open a different carton on the pallet. This one was from the top layer, one of the ones listed as masks, event supply, mixed, flaps open. More clear plastic bags stacked neatly. The first one I grabbed was a clown face. Classic, cheap Halloween vibe. White skin, round red nose, blue diamond eyes, big painted-on grin. The kind of thing parents buy when their kids say they want something funny, scary. I held it up. On the outside, it was ridiculous. On the inside, it was worse. The inner surface should have been plain. Smooth silicone, maybe a stamped "made in wherever," and a size code. Instead, along the edge where the chin would grip, there was a thin, brown-red smear, like someone had run a finger dipped in dried blood along the contour. It was old enough to be matte, part of the material now, not fresh enough to smear onto my glove. Right above that, written in the same familiar block printing as everything else, were the words, "Kids Line. Test Run." The letters curved slightly with the edge of the mask. The ink bled in a few spots from the chill. Underneath that, half covering the marker, someone had stuck a small rectangular sticker. A logo I'd seen 2 minutes ago on my phone, and, I realized with a delayed jolt, months ago in a suggested ad I'd scrolled past without really registering. A river, stylized blue, running between 2 oak trees with fat, comforting trunks. Under it, in cheerful font, Camp River Oaks. My mouth went dry in air that was already sucking all the moisture out of me. I saw the ad in my memory now, full color on my phone screen back when I'd been killing time on break. A smiling director talking about our first ever family appreciation night. Kids running through a dining hall, parents raising glasses, soft guitar music, a tagline about bringing families closer than ever. I had watched it. I had thought for half a second about turning my phone off. I had scrolled on instead. The clown's painted smile looked huge up close. The words, "Kids Line. Test Run," sat just above it, casual, like notes in a design document. The camp sticker made it official. Partnership, co-branding, whatever nice word they used to cover up, we're going to see how well this plays. I realized, in a way I hadn't let myself before, that whatever had happened at Whispering Pines had not ended with the crime scene tape and the lawsuits and the tragic gas leak graphics on the local news. It had been a pilot program, an early iteration, a prototype. The thing in the freezer, the skulls, the faces in boxes, they weren't an aberration. They were phase 1, proof of concept. Some part of it had been too messy to keep, so they'd sanded the story down for the cameras, moved the operation up the chain, and kept going. Fair Acre Productions, Event Solutions, family appreciation nights across the country, camps and retreats and churches, all outsourcing their gratitude to a company that knew exactly how to arrange a room full of meat. The warehouse around me was just another node, another link. These boxes were not the start or the end. They were the distribution. I stared at the stupid clown mask until the painted grin blurred and the letters floated. Behind it, just below the surface, I could almost see another face pressed against the silicone, features distorted, pushing, trying to get out. The compressor hummed. The overhead ductwork rattled. Somewhere above, something rolled softly across a metal shelf and came to rest with the gentle tap of bone on steel. I lowered the mask very carefully back into the carton, like putting a lid on something that might wake up if I dropped it. On the inventory sheet, the line for this pallet waited, blank. QTY received. Next to it, a box to tick. Inspected, in good condition. My pen hovered over it. For 10 years, everyone had told me the worst parts of what I remembered were a glitch in my head. Standing in that freezer, with FA labels and camp logos and red-marked kids lines staring up at me from the boxes in my hands, I realized the glitch was not in my memory. It was in the story they'd built on top of it. And the story had never stopped.